What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It's Saturday, April 11th, 2026. We are here at the north side of the Polderbaan, which is being used for arrivals today. The wind 13 knots from 130 degrees, varying between 100 and 160 degrees. It's KVK, 10 degrees C still, just like yesterday. 50 F or approximately thereabouts. Air pressure more or less the same as yesterday. And Saudia with a 747 is going to be arriving here pretty soon. It's been a long time since I last have been here. October 2023 no less, so probably a lot of you are unfamiliar with this location. Basically the same as what you can see at the Kaagbaan for arrivals. The location is approximately oriented the same way towards the runway as Kaagbaan. Okay, them coming in, and after that Air Canada Flight 900 arriving from Montreal. The wind is blowing from the left, so the airplanes are crabbing, but they're pointing away from us. Which is nice for a change. In the meantime, a very good morning to everybody who has joined. Marja, goedenavond. Good to see you again. Bobbers, good morning. Leo, goedemorgen. Sander, goedemorgen. Peter, goedemorgen. Davy, goedemorgen. Guy, goedemorgen, good morning. Mike, goedemorgen. Honda, good morning, goedemorgen. Manzi, good morning. Andreas, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. So, nice glide slope shot, 3 airplane glide slope shot. Air Canada Flight 900 arriving from Montreal, Canada, up first. 7878 Dreamliner. Behind it is Delta Airlines Flight 142 arriving from Seattle, Washington, A330 Neo. Hans, Henk, goedemorgen. Pieter, goedemorgen. Marijke, goedemorgen. Arie, goedemorgen. Bevroor Patat, goedemorgen. Ger, goedemorgen. Nodis, good morning. Valentijn, goedemorgen. Jas, goedemorgen. Good morning. Nick, goedemorgen. Jetstream Journeys, goedemorgen. Nielsje, goedemorgen. Fireman, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. Next up, Delta Airlines Flight 142, arriving from Seattle, Washington. A330 Neo, behind it is an E2 Embraer 195, and behind that there is Austrian Bombardier C-Series 300, so it's probably going to be Air Baltic. Delta Airlines Flight 142, arriving from Seattle, 9 hours and 13 minutes on the way. The November 406 Delta X-Ray, 6 years old, first flight April 2020. Sachtler, morgen. No, parking at Boezingen-Lieden. Still a 15-minute walk, but walking over from the parking lot would be even more. Normally speaking, standing at the excrement bridge, that would be all the way over there. That's where everybody else is standing. That's where the fences begin. Over here, got the place to myself. No duckies in the water just yet, but ducks are renowned to be night owls and usually aren't up early, so we'll have to see if maybe later in the show they'll make an appearance. Peter, goedemorgen. Thijs, goedemorgen. Cheyenne, goedemorgen. Anja, goedemorgen. Welcome everybody else. Hope everybody's doing well. Austrian. Bombardier C-Series 300. Bottom left. Top right. Lot. Always a lot to see. Flight 265. Arrived from Warsaw. E2 Embraer 195. And a Georgian Airways 737. Should be number 3 now. Having arrived from Tbilisi. There it is. So glide slope visibility is perfectly fine today. You just need to know where you need to look. That's coming back pretty quick already. So the center runway is now being used for departures, as is runway 09, the runway next to the McDonald's. Honda asks if it's going to stay dry. It should stay dry until the beginning of the afternoon, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, something like that. At least that's when I looked yesterday, was when the there might start, some rain might start. Still unsure. But if all is well, it should stay dry here. Hey, stretch Hummer. Stretch Hummer on the highway. Don't see that every day. What? It even has wooden panels, or are my eyes just deceiving me? Wow. Oh no, it's gold. It's not a wooden it's reflection. Yeah, it's shiny gold. That's thumbnail material right there. That's thumbnail material right there. Right, next up, Austrian Flight 311, operated by Air Baltic, arriving from Vienna, Bombardier C-Series 300. Flight time has been 1 hour and 42 minutes, relatively long, I'd say. Oh, 4-year-old airplane, first flight, July 2021. If you didn't know better, you'd think we're at the Kaagbaan and there are landings on Kaagbaan, but this is the Polderbaan. Ricardo, goedemorgen. Lars, goedemorgen. RDW, goedemorgen. Gold bar on wheels, indeed. Yes, Polderbaan, Jendrusek. North side. How do you make a Hummer dumber? Stretch it, that's a good one. Well, the sun is out, but there's clouds in the way. Is that, no, that's a departure from center. I was about to say, is that the Dash 8, Coast Guard Dash 8, but it isn't. Arjan, goedemorgen. Jendrusik is at Kaag. What? I don't think Kaag is in use at the moment. Georgian Airways, flight 9651, arriving from Tbilisi in Georgia. That's the Polderbaan tower in the background, not the main tower. What? Confusion. Yeah, you need to have a long garage too. Absolutely. It's probably a pleasant ride with all the fuel prices going up. It's probably a diesel. Wonder what its fuel consumption is. United Airlines with a 767 flight 946 arrived from Washington, 6 hours and 56 minutes on the way, the November 654 Uniform Alpha. This specimen is 33 years old already, ladies and gentlemen. It began its career as a professional airplane in October 1992. If you were around by then, what were you doing back in October 1992? I was in elementary school for another 2 years, probably having just begun to learn English. How about you? Sounds, ladies and gentlemen. I haven't seen any firefighters since arriving here, so I wonder if they might still be coming later this morning. That would be nice. Weak thumbnail, but getting over. I'm sorry. The video description was mentioning Polderbaan, Jendrosek. I always put it in the video description. Nobody seems to be reading the video description. People keep asking, what camera are you using? It's in the video description. What runway are you going to go to? If I have decided already, it's in the video description. Hey Maxime, goedemorgen. Marcus, goedemorgen. Oh, Mustafa was minus 10 years old. Haha. And Nick was filling up a lot of diapers back then in 1992. This is KLM flight 592. It's arriving from Johannesburg in South Africa. 777-300, and behind it is another 777-300. Screw you, Marcus! What camera are you using? I'm going to perma-ban you in a moment. Just have to walk over to the laptop. Wolf a Wild, good morning. Makam, good morning. Tuning in from Vancouver. Good morning, mate. Davey went to elementary school, 9 years old. Well, I think then you and I might be approximately the same age, Davey. Nice. Hey, Joax, good morning. Casper, goedemorgen. Adi, goedemorgen. Darren, good morning. Darren is tuning in from Bardufoss, Norway. Why are all the airplanes blue? That's KLM, buddy. Björn, good morning. FJWH, good morning. Jellard, goedemorgen kerel. Hey, National Airlines 747 is coming to the Polderbaan. I didn't even know it was underway. Where's it coming from, Jellard? Don't think I saw that on Flight Radar this morning. FJWH asks, so can you actually stream 4K to YouTube? Well, obviously you can. Quite a few people are doing it. That's definitely possible. KLM flight 736 from Curaçao. Born in 83, Davey says. Well, I'm from 82, so approximately the same age. K4RS, good morning. Macam asks, any chance someone can go get me a kip wrap from Albert Heijn? Chicken wraps from Albert Heijn. More planes on the glide slope. KLM, flight 1958 in the foreground. On the right hand side, that's arrival from Istanbul, Turkey. 737-800. Behind it, Delta Airlines flight 56, arrival from Salt Lake City. That's an A330neo. Near the lantern, you can see another airplane that's arriving, and that is Emirates Sky Cargo flight 9657. That's arriving from Nairobi. That's in Kenya, in National is arriving from Abu Dhabi. What's the time of arrival, Yellard? National Airlines, nice. Hey Richard, goedemorgen. Mali, goedemorgen. Happy weekend, everybody. KLM flight 1958 arriving from Istanbul, Turkey. 3.5 hours underway. Bit longer than normal. Normally speaking, those flights between Istanbul and Amsterdam average around 3 hours, so 3.5 is a bit long. Looking at the fire station in the background on the left. Don't see any firefighters yet. I've yet to see them. I'm not sure if they're going to do a round today, but if they are going to do so, they haven't done it yet. We should still be able to see them. Oh, Saudi. Oh, it's National Airlines flying on behalf of Saudi. Now I get it. I was thinking. I didn't check what the airplane flying on behalf of Saudi was. I thought it was a Saudi cargo, but I suppose that's national. There it is. First queen of the show. Should be, well, yeah, no, it's Saudi cargo, huh? Okay, I'm confused. Hey Sebo, good morning. Jordi, goedemorgen. Crosswind for the airplanes is coming from the left, as you can see. Ciao Hendrik, Roberto. Good to see you again. Hans Horst, goedemorgen. Kishore, good morning. Wow, Kishore is tuning in all the way from Nepal. Absolutely lovely. Marcus asks, how's the weather outside? It's windy and it's chilly. Definitely no t-shirt and shorts weather yet. All right. Yeah. Airplanes preceding quads usually don't get much love. Exceptions to the rule are when they are wide bodies. We have Emirates Sky Cargo arriving from Nairobi in Kenya, and after that we have Saudi Cargo arriving from Jeddah. Is that another wide body? It's 2 airplanes. 3! What? Talking about excellent visibility to the north, ladies and gentlemen. What the fudge? Down, boy. Let's quickly turn around. Next up, the first 747 of the show, ladies and gentlemen. Saudia Cargo, number 9 on flight radar, tracked by 628 people. Six hours and 24 minutes on the way. 747-400 freighter, the 9 Hotel Alpha Kilo Juliet, the 9 Hak J. This specimen is 29 years old. First flight was in November 1996. Thumbnail material right here. Let's look and listen. Saudi Cargo, followed by Delta Airlines flight 74 in the background. Erin, goedemorgen. Bill Peterson, good morning. Tuning in from Minnesota, welcome back. Perfect timing. Bookie Meow, good morning. QJ, goedemorgen. Next to arrive is going to be Delta Airlines Flight 74, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia, A330-300. 20 years old, November 811, November Whiskey. Arts ohne Grenzen, guten Morgen, herzlich willkommen. Welcome to the show, everybody else. If you guys are enjoying the views, don't forget to leave a like. It really helps to bring in more people in the future. The more the merrier. Delta Airlines Flight 74, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia, November 811, November Whiskey. 7 hours, 55 minutes underway. More airplanes in the background. Number 2, behind Delta is BA Flight 430, arriving from London Heathrow. And behind it is a 777. That's Emirates Sky Cargo. No, that's Emirates Flight 145, arriving from Dubai. Another airplane visible over there already, and that is Turkish Flight 1951, arriving from Istanbul, Turkey. Now, infamous flight number, and also on a glide slope to the runway that the reason it's infamous for happened. Hey Mike W, goedemorgen. Bookie Meow asks if the pipes are gone. They aren't. Instead, we have fences as well, so you need to walk until past the excrement bridge in order to be able to see anything, or you need to stand at the bridge near the roundabout. So they're still working. Temporary replacement pipe is being replaced by permanent pipes. In other words, you need to walk further to the north in order to be able to see anything without fences in the way. Or you need to be very tall or have a ladder with you. Jay Ramey is also back. Good to see you again, sir. Welcome back. Lucas, good morning. Lucas asks if the A380 lands at Schiphol. It does. There is one underway, probably going to the center runway later. BA Flight 430 arriving from London Heathrow, A320. And after that, Emirates Flight 145, 777-300 arriving from Dubai. Boezingenlieden, Jendrosek. Not too far away from the beginning, there were still a few spots. ETA of the Emirates A380 is 1:48, and there's 2 runways open for arrivals at that time. So, assuming that the center runway is going to become the secondary runway for arrivals, which I'm not yet sure it will, but it does seem likely. Means it's not going to be landing here. No, the spot is open, Booking Meow. You can just go there. But the pipes are still there. But the parking lot is accessible. You can just go there. It's just like before, except the pipes are still there. And the cycling path north of the roundabout is fenced off for the better part until the excrement bridge. Center is used for departures, as you can see in the background at the 11 o'clock of Emirates. Hey Floris, goedemorgen. Matt, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are here at the north end of Polderbaan. If you guys are enjoying the views, don't forget to leave a like. It really helps to bring in more people in the future. Turkish flight 1951, infamous flight number, and it's landing on an infamous runway for it. Turkish flight 1951 arriving from Istanbul, Turkey. A nice 3 airplane glide stop shot. SAS and Ryanair are numbers 2 and 3 now. And United with a 767 should be turning in from the left. I'm wondering to what extent are we able to see it yet? Will it be above the trees or... It's not so hard to estimate where exactly it is in the sky right now. One step at a time, it'll become visible soon enough. Turkish flight 1951, 3 hours and 26 minutes on the way, so that too is now almost half an hour longer underway. The KLM 737 was 2, so must be wind or routing. Hey Marvin, good morning. Marcella, goedemorgen, good morning. Mike 1985, good morning. Martien, goedemorgen. Bill, mate, thank you so much for a very generous super chat there. You didn't have to use a super chat to say thanks, but thank you so much though. I'm glad to hear you're appreciating this stream. I'm doing my best. It's nice to hear you're enjoying yourself, and I hope that if everybody is. Extremely generous of you, Bill. Thank you so much. That is very kind. Thank you. So there's a national airlines coming this way apparently. I'm not seeing it on flight radar. Probably need to open up all the filters. Let's see, disable filters. Am I able to see something now? Oh yeah. Ah, it's got question mark and question mark. Okay. Well, on paper, oh hey, I was about to say on paper I think I should be able to see a 747 from here, but I have yet to find my bearings. It's been a long time. Last time I was here was October 1st, 2023. I looked it up. So it's been quite a long time. A great many of you probably have never seen a stream from this location before. National Airlines 747 coming this way. What a treat. And it's flying base now, somewhere over there. And in the meantime over here we have the glide slope. On that glide slope, next Ryanair. Let me re-enable the filters for AMS inbound quickly. Right, this is Ryanair flight 420 arriving from Dublin in Ireland. 1 hour 12 minutes on the way, the 9 Hotel, Quebec Alpha Charlie. 8 years old, first flight April 2017. Mr. Mika, good morning. Hey Graham, good evening, welcome back mate. Raymond, good evening. Down Under is starting to get well represented again by Aussies and Kiwis. Always good. A warm welcome to everybody. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi in the chat. It isn't mandatory, you can stay quiet and stay in Lurkers Lounge, but if you have any questions, feel free to ask. And people saying hi are always appreciated. Don't be shy, the people in the chat won't bite. Time for another 767. United Airlines Flight 20 arriving from Houston in Texas. 9 hours and 5 minutes on the way. So it is looking like it's opening up ever so slightly. This is looking to the west. It's not blue sky, but the lower clouds are definitely opening up a little bit. This is looking to the north. This is looking to the east. This would be looking to the south. United Airlines Flight 20, 9 hours and 5 minutes underway from Houston in Texas. The November 656, Uniform Alpha. This one is 33 years old. First flight December 1992. Well, we already asked about what people were doing in 1992, if they were still around or if they were around already. Hey Nico, goedemorgen. Marion, goedemorgen. Pete, what up mate? Today we are, but the airplanes are traveling away from us. The wind is blowing from the left, the way the camera is not oriented, so the airplanes are pointing away from us. Would be even more fun if it were blowing from the west, southwest. Then the airplanes would be crabbing, looking in our direction. QLD Scooby tuning in from Brisbane in Australia. Good morning, or good afternoon to you, or early evening. Patrick, tuning in from the Philippines. Goedemiddag, goedenavond, good afternoon, good evening. Second queen of the show, ladies and gentlemen. National. Not showing on flight radar, but it's still there. Hey Infinity, goedemorgen. Paul, goedemorgen. Remy, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show. What a beautiful 3 airplane glide slope shot. Gears out on the 747. The 747 is being preceded by KLM Flight 1402, arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle. And here in the foreground we have EasyJet with an A320neo arriving from Stansted. Easy, easy. Doing well, Infinity. Thank you for asking. Hope all is well on your end as well. And Bill says, Peter says, Keukenhof Garden must be beautiful right now. I haven't been yet, but looking at judging the fields, the flower fields surrounding Keukenhof here in the area, they are definitely blooming, so it should be pretty nice at Keukenhof. Knowing them, they always have flower beds with multiple layers of flowers, so in March we'll have something that's flowering, and then also in the end, it's open until from March until somewhere in May, mid-May or so. They'll usually make sure that all the flower beds constantly have something flowering to display. But if you go there, in the beginning it might be more hyacinths and it might become more tulips if you go a few weeks later. Indeed, QJ, Captain Jerry would be happy with that. In reference to the glide slope shot, we're letting K left at 1402 pass. Finlay, good morning. Joey Pitt is also back. Good to see you, mate. So this is National, the second queen of the show. Yeah. No contact details on flight radar. Have a look at this glide slope shot, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely lovely. EasyJet arriving from Birmingham is now number 2, and an A319 from BA arriving from London Heathrow is in 3rd. Perfect timing, Roger. It's the second queen of the show already. Can you believe it? How long have we been streaming for? Only 37 minutes, and this is already the second one. If you guys are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like. It really helps tremendously to bring in more people in future streams. Another one of those money shots. I'm still thinking about putting that golden Hummer, that golden stretch Hummer, as thumbnail after I'm done streaming. That was also tremendously funny. Don't see that every day. That's even rarer than a National 747. In the meantime, I see we have just gotten a new member in the Aurora Sky Lounge, and none other than Patrick Huizentruid. Hopefully I pronounced that properly. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, Patrick. Thank you so much for your vote of confidence. And welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Now I have access to our 34 custom emojis. Have fun with them. If you think some of them need to be replaced, head over to the community section for members, where there is a poll running, and members can cast their vote whether or not they want emojis to be replaced. If you're a member and you haven't voted yet, head over to the community section after the stream and let your voice be heard. Good morning, Sumo, and good morning to everybody else. Second queen of the show already, National. What a treat. Up next is going to be EasyJet arriving from Birmingham, an A320, and after that BA arriving from London Heathrow. Ah, Maxime says National is doing a Netherlands tour this weekend. One in Maastricht this morning too. And tomorrow another one is expected there. There's an abundance of nationalism in the Netherlands. David Bakhuizen, goedemorgen. David asks, besides Schiphol, what would be your dream location to be plane spotting someday? Have a great day. Well, that's a nice question. There are several airports that I think are very interesting to be spotting from. London Heathrow has plenty of action. LAX has plenty of action. Alaska has plenty of action. Sint Maarten, obviously. I like Innsbruck, but it's not very busy. Wolfgang says that Vienna is better. Munich, Frankfurt, of course. And what's that Greek island called again? The St. Martin of Europe. Skiathos, indeed. That's it. Let's quickly turn around. KLM flight 644 is up next. The wide bodies are approaching back to back. KLM flight 644 arriving from New York, JFK. 787-10 Dreamliner, Delta Airlines behind it. Flight 162 arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. So the wind is coming from the left. You can see that the airplanes are pointing away from us. And then upon the main gear touchdown, you can see that the nose is coming to the right, in line with the runway heading. Next wide body is already coming. So yeah, next time when there's a bit of westerly crosswind, it's also going to be nice to be coming here. Delta Airlines Flight 162 arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. It's an A330 300, 7 hours and 26 minutes underway. The November 822 November Whiskey, 10 years old, first flight April 2015. And following it is KLM with an Embraer 190 arriving from London City. Next after that should be an Embraer 175 from KLM. I think that's right there. Mascargo is flying base and is turning final in a moment from now, arriving from Jeddah. Double-chinned A330 probably. Let me click on that label quickly. Yep, that's a double-chinned A330 cargo freighter. KLM Flight 598 is also approaching along the coastline, west of me, arriving from Cape Town. Minnesota, indeed. To quench the thirst. And reversers as well. Now, are we able to see the scale of chimney smoke chimneys from here, I wonder? They're probably somewhere behind the trees over there, I think. Or are they more in that direction? I'm not seeing any chimney smoke emanating from above the tree line, so makes it a bit hard to see where we are. The main tower is over there. Polderbaan Tower, of course, over there. Still have yet to see the firefighters. Don't think they've been on a patrol round today yet. Maxime is wondering if there are more 747s expected. I don't think there are. There weren't many underway. Why don't we have a quick look on Flight Radar and see what else is in store? So, the Orange Pride is probably going to leave. Yeah, leaving for Lima pretty soon, or has already left. 747s are on the way, but these are probably expected later. Yeah, 235, Silkway, Atlas arriving from Almaty, the Emirates is on the way, 152. That is about it. There's another Atlas that has just taken off from Miami. It's all for later in the afternoon. Eindspotting, goedemorgen. Gertin, goedemorgen. Good to see you again. Me, myself, goedemorgen, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined. We're not at the Kaagbaan, although the views might look like it. It is the Polderbaan, but the north part. We're also standing next to a canal. The canal that you normally see makes a turn right here at the end. And if you go all the way back, you'll find the well-known excrement bridge right there. And everybody who is going to the Polderbaan parking lot is ending up over there, unless they want to see fences before them, because that's still over there. This is the bridge at the roundabout at the beginning of the Polderbaan cycling path. A little behind it is the Spottersplatz itself. Further to the south, they are also still working. Went there yesterday to have a look, but if they are using the Polderbaan for departures, there's still fences in the way going to Victor 3. KLM flight 1352 arriving from Prague in the Czech Republic up next, and then Mascargo. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Many people are watching. They know a lot together. They're all friendly. Hope you guys are enjoying the show. Don't forget to leave a like if you are. It will help immensely to get in more people in the future. Mascargo in the foreground, arriving from Jeddah. That's a 777-200, and behind it is KLM flight 598. That's arriving from Cape Town in South Africa. Mascargo, flight 6122, double chin, 6 hours and 21 minutes on the way, 14 years old, the 9 Mike Uniform Bravo. None worthy of a shot of vodka. Hint, hint. Of course, it's time for a shot of vodka. Bottoms up, ladies and gentlemen. I'll drink to that. There's always a good excuse to pour a small glass. Dr. T, goedemorgen. And welcome to the show, everybody else. Up next is KLM 5598, arriving from Cape Town in South Africa. 777-300, 11 hours and 6 minutes on the way. The PHBVD, it used to be Marissa's beloved. It used to be in the SkyTeam livery. Until somewhere last year, it went away and came back looking like this. 16 years old, first flight August 2009, the BVD. Boom. There you go. Is Michael in the chat already? Airplane number 2 is for him, a CRJ from Lufty. Being preceded by KLM flight 1772 arriving from Berlin, a 737-800. Slowly but surely the sun is shining a bit more brightly. There are no shadows to use to wave to you guys yet, but the clouds are thinning ever so slightly, it's looking like. Next wide body approaching is going to be the number 4 for arrival right now, a 777-200 from United Airlines arriving from San Francisco. So we have KLM flight 1773 in the foreground here on the right. Behind it is the first CRJ of the show, Lufty flight 988, arriving from Frankfurt. Pixelated AF still, because still relatively far away. KM Malta is turning onto the glide slope from the left in the background somewhere. Not sure if we are able to see it yet. Now definitely no more, because we'll be following this 737. Alan says we will miss the ducks. Well, there was one here in the water as I was approaching this morning, but then it flew off. They're probably not used to people over here, unlike the duckies that are further to the south. So over here in the canal, I haven't spotted any ducks again since I arrived here, but there definitely was one here earlier. There's a little side canal as well. The road in the background that I'm often filming is coming to the runway. It's making a turn, so the same road that you see in the distance at my normal location is a bit more close by over here. Nice linear cloud formation. Is it a cloud street? You guys tell me. That's an exam question for you guys. Mars, good morning. Hold short, good morning. Good to see you again. Welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are here at the north side of the Polderbaan, where arrivals take place with crosswind from the east, from the left. The airplanes are pointing away from us. And this is the first CRJ of the show, Lufty flight 988, arriving from Frankfurt. Visual vortices. You could also hear them here. I hope that the ambient microphone was able to pick that up. Hey there, Richie, good morning. Just Space, good morning. Tuning in from Aruba. Ian, good morning. Ian is tuning in from cold and wet Yorkshire. Mate, is spring skipping Yorkshire this year? What is up? Alright, KM Malta should be next. Arrival from Malta. Oh no. Was looking too far to the left. I miss my excrement bridge as frame of reference. Or a cycling path. Pauwie de Pauwie, goedemorgen. Javier, good morning. Javier is tuning in from Las Palmas. Welcome back, mate. After this KM Malta A320neo, there is a 777-200 from United Airlines Flight 968, arriving from San Francisco. Hadi Henk, goedemorgen. Good to see you again, mate. Hope all is well in Hogeveen. What do things look like here when you are zoomed out a little bit? Well, like this. Two more shots of vodka, you'll be staring into the grass, absolutely. Maybe even less than two. Mario, guten Morgen, herzlich willkommen. Spot guten Morgen. Grüße nach Hannover. Privet, we have a Russian viewer, question mark. That's Irat or something. And here we need to look. This is United Airlines Flight 968, arriving from San Francisco. 777-200, 9 hours 52 minutes on the way to November 797, Uniform Alpha. 28 years old, first flight January 1998. The Sam XXL, good morning, goedemorgen. Hey there, John, good morning, or good evening for you. Tuning in from Auckland, New Zealand. More Kiwis in the house, the Aussies and Kiwis again well represented today. Scott says, I like the perspective, this perspective. Thanks, mate. Thought it would, I would switch things up for a change. It's been 2.5 years, I think, since I last have visited this location. 1st of October 2023 was the last time I was here. And thinking about it, I really don't know why I stayed away so long. Hey there, Elias, goedemorgen. Elias is tuning in from Mauritius. And Scott is also celebrating a 20-month membership anniversary. 20 months, wow, yeah. Almost 2 years, buddy. Thank you so much for the long-lasting support, Scott. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your taste. If everything is good, that's good. But if it isn't, let me know. That goes for all members, new and old. If you have room for improvement or suggestions for improvements, let me know. Hope you stick around for many more months to come, Scott. If not in the members, in the lounge for members, then at least as a regular recurring visitor. The big birds are still coming in, ladies and gentlemen. Lufty arriving from Munich is the first arrival. That's an A320, but after that it looks like we're going to get 3 wide bodies. It's also looking like the orange Pride has already taken off. Don't think that's it. It's probably further away already. Yeah, that looks like EasyJet. Now I'm seeing the contours of... No, I think it's too far away already. Elias wonders if there were any direct flights from Mauritius. I'm not sure. I'm inclined to say no, but I don't know for sure. You'll probably have to fly there, perhaps via Air France, maybe via Paris. I keep pointing in... No, wait. I remember that this tree was my frame of reference back in the day. That's why it was a bit harder to see the next airplane. Lufty was on radar, still far away. That's in the bottom left corner now. But there's a bizjet. Ari translated what I suspect might have been Russian. Hello, all aviation lovers. Well, privet to you too. And welcome to AMS Live. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It isn't mandatory. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. If you guys are enjoying the show and you're liking the pictures, don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already. Richard, good morning. Hank has a question. If the summary synchronization voice is there, who does it? I have no idea what you're talking about, Hank. I have no idea. If you're talking about summaries, I'm thinking maybe you're talking about something that YouTube seems to be doing automatically. I also saw that some videos have automated dubbed voices in other languages. I think it's all AI. That's probably all AI. That's all artificial intelligence from YouTube. But I'm not exactly sure what you're referring to, so I'm not sure that I am able to answer the question correctly. In the meantime, Justin Tabak has renewed his membership. Welcome back, Justin. Thank you so much for the vote of confidence. We kept your seat warm. And with the prevailing temperatures and wind, that still might be a comfortable option. Welcome back, mate, and thank you so much for renewing your membership. Lufty Flight 2302 arriving from Munich, A320. And after this, we're going back to the wide bodies, 3 back to back. Starting with KLM Flight 741, which is returning from Cartagena in Colombia. 78710. Hadi Gerard, goedemorgen. And indeed I am. Indeed I am. Northern threshold of the runway. Gerard still remembers. He was watching the channel already back when I was here for the last time, which was in October, the beginning of October 2023, mind you. This is KLM Flight 741 in the foreground, arriving from Cartagena. That's in Colombia. That's the country right next to. It's a 787-10 Dreamliner. The flight time has been 8 hours and 49 minutes. The PHBKI, 5 years old, first flight August 2020. And in the background, we see a Chinese triple A330, and behind it is a Dreamliner from TUI, arriving from Willemstad, Curaçao. So, looking to the north, things look like so. Looking to the west, it looks like this. Rain is expected in the afternoon, around 2 to 3 o'clock, I think. Only for a few hours. This is looking to the east, and this is looking to the south. The excrement bridge where I was standing yesterday is all the way that way. And you can see there are fences next to the cycling path from the roundabout, which is where this bridge is in the background, all the way up to here. Looks small, but it's still 5 to 10 minutes of walking. Alan, what up, mate? Good to see ya. And welcome to the show, everybody else. Henk, goedemorgen. Henk says Kaagbaan in use for arrivals. Not that I know. Kaagbaan in use for departures. This is electronic cargo arriving from Chengdu in China. 10 hours and 39 minutes on the way. The Bravo 6092, 18 years old, first flight October 2007. Hey, yes, you're right. Now I see it, Henk. They're using the Kaagbaan as well. 06 for arrivals. That's interesting. Ita is going there. Hey, that might be good news for us. If this is going to be one of those days where Polderbaan and Kaagbaan are both used for inbound traffic, then Polderbaan is probably catering to the traffic arriving from the east. That means that the A380 might land on this runway instead of the Kaagbaan then. Peter, goedemorgen. Nielsel, goedemorgen. And no problem parking the car, Gerrit. I parked at Boesingen-Lieden, so that's just about 10 to 15 minutes or so. No problem. All right, interesting runway configuration now. What are they using for outbound then? Runway 27? Yeah, by the looks of it. 09, I should say. Right. Means I can update the ticker as well with respect to runway use. It's now a quarter to 11 and they have already opened up a secondary runway for arrivals. That's interesting. Maybe they're going for an hour again like they did the other day. Last week they also, instead of having 2 runways open for inbound traffic from 11 until 11:40, they did that from 10:40 until 11:40. Gentlemen, if Schiphol is going to use the same runways again between 1 and 2 o'clock, that bodes well for our chances of being able to see the A380. Because I think now the Polderbaan is hosting all the traffic arriving from the east, and everything arriving from the west is going to the Kaagbaan. Departures Aalsmeerbaan, not Buitenveldert. Let's have a look on Flight Radar. We're waiting for the next arrival. Here we go again. There we need to be. Let's have a quick look. LVNL, where art thou? What is current runway use? This is what it was before, and this is what it currently is. So they're using Buitenveldert runway 09, and we are right here at the north end of the Polderbaan, and now runway 06 is also in use. Alright, no problem. Departures 09 right now. And arrivals 18 right and 06. Curious what the weather is doing. Let's also update the ticker in a bit. Yeah, let's do that in 2 parts. Tarom arriving from Bucharest, flight 361. Louise says, finally I will be able to see the LATAM Dreamliner landing in Amsterdam. It depends. It depends on the time of arrival, because it might go to the Kaagbaan. If it is arriving from the west and the Kaagbaan is also open, it's not coming to the Polderbaan, but it's going to the Kaagbaan instead. What runway has the LATAM Dreamliner been assigned to? If it's landing in 7 minutes from now, it's probably... It probably already has been assigned to a runway. Right, quick update of the weather report in the ticker. Wind is now 15 knots from 130 degrees. And SCAF okay. And Radio Red October is also tuning in all the way from Finland. Welcome back, mate. Welcome to the channel. So, I am wondering... Hey, looking... No, I thought I was seeing a bit more open sky, but it's still milky. The upper atmosphere is still milky. Artemis 2 morning. Radio Red October says, I stayed up last night to watch it. So I went to bed shortly after 2 o'clock this night. It was a short night for me because the alarm went again at 7. Einspotting asks if there are any re-entry videos online. It was all live streamed yesterday. The NASA was live streaming everything. There's also a very interesting, for those of you interested, there's also a very interesting video of Artemis 1, and that's a complete unabridged re-entry video. It was unmanned, of course, but the entire re-entry is in a video with sound. That's even more fun, because you'll hear the boosters every now and then, and you can see the plasma from out the window. It's a 25-minute video. Absolutely lovely to see until the splashdown. And as I was already fearing, let them going to the Kaagbaan, arriving from the west, and Polderbaan is now taking traffic arriving from the east. Rob Lurp, good morning. Didinho, goedemorgen, good to see ya. Louise, goedemorgen. Ik, mezelf en ik. Goedemorgen, good morning. Alright. LATAM Cargo is approaching Leiden and is going to be landing as number 2 on the Kaagbaan. Now, we're standing pretty far away. I cannot promise you anything, but let me see if I can show you the Dreamliner a little bit. We're not completely alone, although I am standing alone here. K3 is also over there. I'm in good company. I agree with you, Honda. I was also a bit frustrated at times with the way they directed it. That's why I liked the unabridged re-entry video of Artemis 1, so that you can see what happens on board. Including the 6 minutes that there was a radio silence because of all the ionization of the plasma around the capsule. If you're interested in stuff like this, definitely look for Artemis 1 re-entry video on YouTube and you'll probably find it. It's not from NASA, but another channel with around 700k subscribers, if I recall correctly. And the video is around 25 minutes long. Highly recommended if you're into space stuff. Klaas has to go. Thanks for stopping by, Klaas. Hopefully see you again soon. Rider of Doom, good morning. Leveled, good morning. Right. I think... Where did I see it? There. Is this LATAM? No, that's KLM. That's the KLM preceding the Dreamliner. Well, practice round. This is still half decent. You can at least make out that this is KLM. Right. Bill has to leave, mate. Thank you so much for joining. And again, thanks for your generous super chat earlier. Hopefully see you again soon, Bill. Enjoy the rest of your day. Maybe until tomorrow, question mark? Right, Luis wants to see LATAM and I'm happy to oblige. There is an A321neo arriving from Copenhagen behind me on final to the Polderbaan. So I guess we can definitely have a look. Here it is, LATAM. I keep saying LATAM cargo. That's a force of habit. It is of course just LATAM. LATAM Airlines actually. LATAM Airlines arriving from Sao Paulo. 787-9 Dreamliner. 10 hours and 46 minutes on the way. Charlie Bravo Golf X-Ray. 8 years old. First flight June 2017. Good morning, J-Ro. Welcome back. If you look at it from here, it seems to be moving quite slowly, doesn't it? Whoa, there you go. Much better visibility than I thought we were going to have. That's not too bad. In the meantime, Richard just now gifting a membership, and it's Vetter Wolle Tom who is the recipient. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines, Tom. Don't forget to say thank you to Richard, and enjoy the custom emojis you'll now have at your disposal. Thank you so much for your kindness, Richard. There's an A350 approaching the Kaagbaan. Corental World to Fly. And over here we have a 737 arriving from Oslo. Is the A350 visible already? Yes, it is. So let's indulge and have a look at that as well. Corental World to Fly. A350. That's all the way over there. Corental World to Fly arriving from Willemstad, Curaçao. Flight 5990. 8 hours and 32 minutes on the way. This one, the EC NTB, 3 years old. First flight April 2022. Hey there, Vero. Goedemorgen. Jan, goedemorgen. All is well on my end. Hope all is well on your end as well. Freddy Dutch, goedemorgen. Good morning. Graham, good morning. And welcome back. Long time no see. Hope all has been well in the meantime, Graham. Good to have you back. Welcome back to everybody else who has joined as well today. You're watching Amos Live. My name is Boy and we are here at the north end of the Polderbaan. Right now, one of two runways open for arrivals together with runway 06, the Kaagbaan. Kaagbaan is catering to traffic arriving from the west, and everything arriving from the east is going to this runway. Next up is KLM flight 1828 arriving from Stuttgart, that's number 175, and ITA flight 108 arriving from Rome is flying base further to the northeast. Can see that already. Visibility, despite all the cloudiness, is good. Now, where did I see it? Or I was about to say that visibility was good, but I think that now clouds have gotten in the way a little. Oh no, wait. I was already too far to the right. Visibility is good. Clouds that you see in the backdrop are higher up. So ground level visibility or near ground level visibility is pretty good actually. Rakete 88, guten Morgen. Good to see you again, long time no see. Intervloek Spotter, good morning. Martin, good morning, mate. Weren't you here already? Huh? Am I not confused? John Singleton, huh? I thought you guys were already here. Okay, well, doesn't matter. Good morning to everybody. You're still watching Amos Live. My name is Boy and we're here at the north end of the Polderbaan. The wind is blowing from the southeast. Means that the airplanes are crabbing, but they're pointing away from us. Two 747s have already landed here. Saudia Cargo and National Airlines. The next quad-engined airplane, unless something is going to be arriving here from Paris later in the morning that I am unaware of, it should be the A380, which should be arriving here 10 to 2 approximately. Now, if they're using the same runway configuration between 1 and 2 as they are right now, we're probably going to see the A380 land over here. So fingers crossed. Because it seems that for the inbound rush hour they are opting for Kaagbaan and Polderbaan instead of Center and Polderbaan. Well, there you go. Martin just arrived and John running late today. No need to apologize, mate. Better late than never. Michelle, goedemorgen. Marcel, good morning. Goedemorgen, the pilot BJ. Pilot BJ asks if I've ever done urban exploring. Is that a particular activity or do you just mean going on a city trip? Hey, what is this? There are people here, or at least I'm not the only person over here. Lovely doggos. Whoa, there you go. I was thinking I was all alone here, but guess not. Next up is going to be ITA, ladies and gentlemen. ITA flight 108 arriving from Rome. A320neo. 2 hours on the way. It's the I-Hoi. H-O-I, hoi. Hoi is Dutch for hi. We say hi, but we place an O between the I, the H and the I. I-Hoi. Hi. Irish registered, of course. 2 years old, still from March 2024. And Al-Mustafa is having a rest, having worked almost a year without vacation. Wow, that's dedication. Visiting abandoned buildings, for example. Well, I don't think I've ever done that. Not on purpose. Urban exploring. Finlay asks why Irish register. tax reasons. It's all about the money, all about the dum. It's always about the money. Ireland is well known for having low corporate tax rates for decades. I wrote a thesis about that during my first studies. For years, the Irish government had an active policy of attracting foreign direct investment by having very low corporate tax rates. So if you have a multinational entity based in Ireland, you can let a lot of the turnover be flowing through that country. That means that your turnover is taxed less heavily. And there's probably also other reasons why registering your airplanes in Ireland is beneficial, but it's all a financial question. And since we've crossed through 400 likes already, thank you all so much for that, ladies and gentlemen. That's 40% of an airplane dance done. If you are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like. If you want to help this channel reach a wider audience, your likes help tremendously. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It's always appreciated if people say hi. It isn't mandatory by any means, but if you feel the need to do so, by all means, feel free to do so. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Many are watching and together they know quite a lot. Uncle Plane Guy, good morning. 777s are coming to the Polderbaan from Panama City. Absolutely lovely. Yeah, Malta is also one of those countries where there are tax benefits to be had. Paul is also back in the chat. Good to see you, Paul. What is up? Heard earlier that it is already raining and cold in your neck of the woods. I was already wondering out loud if autumn, if spring has skipped Yorkshire. Then again, looking around me, standing here with my parka on and rain trousers to keep the legs a bit more dry, shield them against the wind, and with gloves on. It's not exactly summery weather here either, but still dry at least. Although it is set to start raining between 2 and 3 from the west. Then it should get dry again tonight and should be good again tomorrow. As long as the rain keeps falling outside of my streaming hours, I'm okay with it. It's good for the backyard. The grass is growing already, as are the tomatoes. Still inside though. Cold and rainy. Where's that global warming thing that people keep mentioning? What is up with that? For those of you wondering, I still have yet to see any firefighters today. Is that one of those anti-drone contraptions? I think it is. Did they also used to have one over here, a bit more to the north? Or is this... No, this isn't the one. Pretty sure they also had one. Wasn't it in the vicinity of this box? Because normally speaking, when at the excrement bridge looking to the north, I think that would be the box that we normally would be looking at. Of course, the excrement bridge is over there. There's a banana on final to the Cartbaan, arriving from Madrid. That's bananas. Martin says, aren't there a lot of Irish leasing companies too, which can explain the EI registration? Yes. Well, and why do you think, Martin, that there are a lot of leasing companies based in Ireland? It's all about the corporate tax. Oh, nice and sunny, 25°C on Wednesday. It was also warm over here in the Netherlands on Wednesday, and the sun was also out. But I don't think we... well, maybe in the south. Maybe in the south of the Netherlands, I think they might have gotten up to 23 degrees Celsius. Here in the coastal regions, it was around 20 or so. Still, it was nice, but short-lived. Here we have DHL, An A300-600 arriving from Madrid, 1 hour and 41 minutes on the way. That's not much. Often they take 2 hours to get back to Amsterdam. Tailwind or what? 31-year-old airplane, first flight July 1994. July 1994, that was the summer vacation period. And for me, the transition period to go to middle school after elementary school. Yep, Niesel confirming we had 23 in Apeldoorn, that's more land inward. And that was on Thursday. It's 11:09 and probably in half an hour or so from now, I hope of course earlier, but at the latest at around a half an hour or so from now, the Kaagbaan is going to close again for arrivals, and I think we're going to get arrivals here on the Polderbaan instead. In the meantime, airplanes arriving from the east are approaching the Polderbaan. And KLM flight 758 arriving from Panama City. That's not coming to the Polderbaan, is it? That's going to the Kaagbaan, I think, since it is arriving from the west. Yeah, that's already going south. That's going to runway 06. This is KLM flight 1816 arriving from Frankfurt in number 175 and turning in somewhere behind it and should become visible from the right is Aegean flight 3624. Ah yes, at the bottom, there it is. That's Aegean flight 3624 arriving from Athens. Malky, good morning, mate. Not sure if I already said hi. If I didn't, apologies. What's this? That's probably outbound traffic from runway 09. Yeah, that's Delta outbound. Crossing the glide slope here at higher altitude. So this is number 175 KLM flight 1816 arriving from Frankfurt. Flight time has been 42 minutes. It's the Papa Hotel Alpha Echo X-Ray Kilo. 9 years old, first flight January 2017. So it's still narrow bodies for the time being. Everything arriving from the east is coming to the Polderbaan, and everything arriving from the west is going to the Kaagbaan. Looking on flight radar, don't see any wide bodies coming this way yet. Hopefully they'll close runway 06 quickly. But if they are going to open up runway 06 as secondary runway next to the Polderbaan between 1 and 2 o'clock, that means almost certainly that the A380 is going to be landing here. The Emirates A380 is underway and expected to land here between 1 and 2 o'clock. At that time, there will be 2 runways open for inbound traffic. So assuming that the same runways will open up between 1 and 2 as they are now in use for arrivals, then almost certainly we are going to get the A380 today. Malky been lurking for the last hour and a bit. Furniture delivery coming, so needed to get the space sorted. Hey, nice. I'm also waiting for a delivery, but of something smaller. Rings, spacers. To place my camera at the right distance from my focal reducer behind my telescope, so that the field is flattened more at the corners so that when going for astrophotography, pictures are usable for more percent than currently is the case. Now it's mainly the center. Anyway, let's not bore you with anything astro. EHAM next, arriving from Athens. E2 Embraer behind it, arriving from Bologna, and another airplane turning in from the right. That's a KLM 737 arriving from Stockholm. Visible at the bottom. And the G is soon to be in the house. Flight 3624, usually around 3 hours of flight time. Today, 3 hours and 21. What's that? That's a quad of sorts. All right. Quad transportation. Oh, and a camper with, what's that? A motorcycle? Also a quad. Okay, well, the quad squad has been sighted. E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Bologna. Up next, KLM flight 1662. Behind it is a KLM 737 arriving from Stockholm, flight 1216. The E2 Embraer flight 1662 has been flying for an hour and 43 minutes to get here. Brand new airplane, less than a year old. First flight was in September last year. The Papa Hotel November X-Ray Zulu. Hey Gineke, goedemorgen. 8 Josh, hi. Now, KLM flight 758 is arriving from Panama City. It's on final to runway 06. Right there. Birdies in the foreground. Has anybody looked on flight on Bezoek Bus to see what the runway use times are? I think they already opened up Kagbaan around 10:40, so I'm thinking, are they keeping 2 runways open for inbound traffic for an hour? Hey, Brian on the is also back in the chat. Good to see you, Brian. KLM flight 1216 just now landed here. Next up, Embraer 190, Embraer 175, and then a break. A break in which they are probably going to do a runway inspection and then close the Kagbaan. Is there traffic already underway from the west that has been assigned to Polderbaan? Okay, thanks for looking that up, Adi. So it is an entire hour of double arrivals. Then from 11:40, just the Polderbaan. Yep, as expected. Oh, and they're going to use the Aalsmeerbaan again for departures. Interesting. And then the Kagbaan again. Okay, hey, that's good news, Adi. Thanks for copy pasting that. That means that the Emirates A380 is going to be arriving here at the time that the runway configuration is going to be the same as it is now. So that almost certainly means that the Emirates A380 is going to be landing here. That's good news. So this is KLM flight 1840 arriving from Nuremberg. Embraer 175. Flight time an hour. One of the two airplanes in the KLM SkyTeam livery, the other being a 737-900. Look away from the chat one moment, and looking back, I see everybody receiving gifts from Captain Jerry. What are you doing? Captain Jerry Donnelly, Jerome. Incredible generosity by Captain Jerry just now, who came in with a bang. 20 gifted memberships, holy shizzle. That is stupendously generous. Jerome, really, you didn't have to do that. Thank you so much. And welcome to the Sky Lounge new members. Don't forget to say thanks to Captain Jerry if you are one of the 20 recipients of a gifted membership from Captain Jerry. Have fun with the custom emojis. They're there to be had fun with. Make sure you do have fun with them. Jerome, thank you so much for your generosity. And welcome to the Sky Lounge. Those 20 new members, that is above and beyond. And I see that Marissa is also in the chat. Goedemorgen Marissa, good to see ya. I think I was wrong. This is the Embraer arrival from Nuremberg. Just the airplane sometimes struggling with wind. Right. That was KLM flight 1840 arriving from Nuremberg. Flight time an hour. Now we have to wait. Traffic to the Polderbaan is continuing, but it's still a bit further out. I suspect we are going to see a runway inspection sometime soon, because in 20 or so minutes from now the Kagbaan is going to close down again. Let's see that Evan is also back in the chat, as is Ibiza Mark. Good morning and welcome to the channel, guys. Andy and Mocha, good morning. Lightning Peppers, good morning. Jenske, good morning. Frank, goedemorgen. Good to see you again, mate. And again, a very generous donation by Captain Jerry, who says, please press the like, thumbs up, and remember how hard Boy works during his streams. Subscribe also. Thank you so much for the support, Captain Jerry. You really did not have to use such a steep super chat to get that message across. But you're absolutely right. If you guys are enjoying the show, a like goes a long way in getting a wider audience in the future. Welcome to the show, everybody. Frank Strating, goedemorgen. Now I see that my chat isn't updating all the way to the bottom again. Oh wait, now it is. Cool. Is that... No. That is bird control, but it's not on the runway doing an inspection. I was thinking maybe they were going to do that, but I guess not. No firefighters today. We've yet to see them. No movement at the fire station either. Oh wait, no. Hey, we have more than one bird controller here. Ah, come on. I saw the vehicle. Or did I? Was it just the reflections? I think what visually was looking like a car, I think it's just reflections in the windows. Crazy. So we have 2 runways open. We are standing at the northern threshold of the Polderbaan. Runway 18 right. Arrivals take place to runway 06 as well. With Qatar over there in the background. Qatar flight 8160. That's Qatar Cargo, isn't it? I think it is. 777 freighter arriving from Panama City. 9 hours, 18 minutes on the way. Alpha 7 Bravo Foxtrot Sierra. 6 years old, first flight September 2019. And now Peter van der Steen is also contributing with copious super chats. Nou hier ook aan bijdragen, ga zo door, which is Dutch for well, here is another contribution and please continue the way you have been. Peter, dankjewel, thank you so much. Again, tremendous support, incredible generosity, and really you didn't have to use a super chat to get that message across, Peter. Thank you so much though. Want to help the channel? Leave a like and subscribe if you haven't already. That's the way to bring in more people. That way the algorithm sees that this content is appreciated and people want to watch it. And it will bring in more people in the future. Make it more gezellig. The more the merrier. Peter, dankjewel. Thank you so much for incredible generosity. A very generous super chat by Peter van der Steen, aka Durper 1973. That is incredible. So incredible that I'm even losing my voice partially. Oh, come on, Jerome. Come on. Please tell me that you did not need that money to be buying beer from, because that would make me feel very uncomfortable. 50 memberships just now given by Captain Jerry Donnelly. Jerome, don't spend money on AMS Live that you might need yourself, mate. Really, I mean it. That goes for everybody. Let that be money that you didn't need yourself, otherwise I'll get cross. That is a stupendous amount of money that you are shelving out for AMS Live, and I really don't want that to be money that you may need yourself. Incredible. So that's 70 new members in 5 minutes or so from Captain Jerry Donnelly. If you are one of the recipients of his gifted many memberships, don't forget to say thank you to Captain Jerry. It's the least you can do if you receive a gifted membership. Even if you don't know who the gifter is, come over in the chat to say thanks to whoever gifted me the membership. Have fun with the 34 custom emojis. If you are a recipient of a gifted membership, it also makes you eligible to vote in the community section. If you think we are up for new emoji, then vote in the poll. Members can decide if they want to keep the current set of emoji or if they think one or more should be retired in favor of getting new ones. In the meantime, we have an E2 Umbrella 195 arriving from Newcastle, KLM flight 954. Flight time has been 56 minutes, 2 years old, first flight somewhere in 2024. Again, Jerome, I cannot thank you enough, but please don't spend any money on AMS Live that you might need yourself. That now not only applies to you, but to everybody watching. Incredible generosity. Peter asks if there's news about the solar panels along the Polderbaan. Yeah, it's right on the other side of the highway that you see in the background. big park. I think they changed some of the panels. I'm not sure exactly, but since they are no longer closing the runway on sunny days during the afternoon hours, I'm thinking the problem is probably resolved. They probably removed a lot of the panels, or maybe replaced them with panels that have absorbing foil instead of reflective foil, because that's what they did wrong. They were supposed to be covered with an absorbing foil, and instead it was a reflecting foil. Hey Kieran, goedemorgen. Van Basler, goedemorgen. Michiel, goedemorgen. And welcome to the show, everybody else who has joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and this is a Bombardier C-Series 300 flying on behalf of Austrian, arriving from Vienna, flight 313. It is an Air Baltic, one of the many that they have. Flight time has been 1 hour and 37 minutes. It's a brand new airplane. This one began flying in March this year, so really brand spanking new. And Jerome is once again super chatting very generously and writes, I am retired, what should I do with my money? I have enjoyed your stream for over 3 years. Well, I know a thing or two you could do with your money, Jerome. How about hop on to a plane to Schiphol and come visit me in real life again? I'd love to meet again in person. Nah, but there must be other things that you can also do with that money. Make sure that you don't use any money that you need yourself for anything that is probably more important than this channel is. Our friends of the buitenbewaking Schiphol, the police, are also coming this way. This morning already, as I was approaching here and was beginning to set up, they already did a patrol round and waved. And Balaf is one of the new subscribers to the channel and is saying hi. Welcome to AMS Live, mate. Hope you'll like it over here. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. We have a lot of viewers watching, and together they know quite a lot. It's all a friendly bunch, big happy family bunch. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It isn't mandatory, but it is always appreciated. And like I said before, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. There's no such thing as a stupid question. We have a 2-airplane glide slope shot. I hope you were here in Lurker's Lounge before, Jerry, because we also had beautiful 3-airplane glide slope shots, including with the 2 747s that have already arrived this morning. On the right we have KLM flight 912 arriving from Aberdeen, Scotland. That's an Embraer 90. And on the left we have KLM with an A321neo arriving from Vienna, flight 1902. The Dutch Rozzers. Yeah, well, they've already passed me by and are going to be going on their way. Not sure if it was Rudolf and his mate. This morning when they were driving past, they were already waving. I waved back. But then again, most of those chaps are very friendly. Evan says he's trying to give you a hint that it's your turn to come to the States. That would be something, wouldn't it? So many places to visit. Hopefully one day I'll be able to do a US tour. That's definitely something that I have on my bucket list. If this channel ever takes off and makes it financially worthwhile to do such a tour. Hadi Marijke, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. Anja has to go. Thank you so much for Anja, for joining, Anja. Nice that you have been able to join us in the recent few streams. Hopefully you'll keep coming back in upcoming streams. All the best. And hopefully see you again soon. Right, I'm wondering if there's... Nah, there's no more traffic coming to runway 06. Everything is once again coming to the Polderbaan. Have a look, you can see that the airplanes arriving from the west are already on their way to the Polderbaan. So we're once again back at the only runway now open for inbound traffic. Next airplane to land here is KLM flight 1902, arriving from Vienna. That's an A321neo. Ah, Lisa, goedemorgen. Good to see you again. Captain Jerry keeps being on a roll. Another generous super chat. 500 likes gift ready for a dance. We need a dance at 1,000. I'm not going to lower the numbers. That's just a rigid level. The first airplane dance will need 1,000 likes while live. Last weekend, a week ago, on both days we managed to get there. If we are at 500 already, there's a good chance we might get to it again today. 506 and counting. But Jerry, thank you so much. Stop it with all the super chats and the gifted memberships. You've done your share and then some. Absolutely more than enough donations from your end. 500 likes in the pocket. Thank you all so much for the support, ladies and gentlemen. Your likes go a really long way to get in more people in the future. It is time for the next arrival. Number 175 arriving from Humberside, KLM flight 972. F80, guten Morgen, herzlich willkommen. There are two Umbrella 175s on the glide slope right now. The other one at the 7 o'clock, twinkling just above the lantern. And Ivo Dinkla just became a member himself. That's also a possibility still. You can also enter the lounge without a gifted membership, but becoming a member yourself. Ivo Dinkla, our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Thank you so much for your vote of confidence, mate. And welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. If you need to know where stuff is, ask around. Many have gone before you and will happily show you the way. You now have access to our 34 custom emojis. Have fun with them. Get creative with them. That goes for all members, new and old. They're there to be had fun with. The more inappropriately you can think of ways to use those custom emojis, the funnier they get. A warm welcome to Ivo, and thank you so much for your vote of confidence and support. Jordi, good morning. Thomas, goedemorgen. KLM flight 972, arriving from Humberside, and Brad 175. Mercer spots a banana over the Gulf of Yorkshire. One already arrived this morning on the Kaagbaan, arriving from Madrid. So that one that Mercer is spotting must be underway from London. Hey, good news, ladies and gentlemen. So with the current runway expectations, we are going to get the A380 landing here. It's expected between 1 and 2, and Ari already showed the upcoming runway use shown on Bezoek Bus. And that shows that between 1 and 2 o'clock we are going to get the same runway configuration as we had just now. And in the meantime now Davey Melis is going at it, gifting memberships by the heaps. 20 memberships given by Davey just now. Mate, what are you doing? Dankjewel. Thank you so much. That is incredible generosity by Davy Melis. Thank you so much. And welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Those new members who just received a gifted membership. If you were one of the recipients, don't forget to say thank you to Davy. Have fun with the custom emojis. If you enjoy a gifted membership, consider renewing it once it's expiring. Or maybe gifting a membership to somebody else who might also enjoy it. Davy, dankjewel. Thank you so much. That is incredible generosity by Davy Melis. And a warm welcome to the 20 new members. Oh, come on, Captain Jerry. Really? Jerome, how about we make a deal? That was the last donation that you have given this weekend, this week, this month. That was the last donation this month of Captain Jerry Donnelly. You're out of budget for today and for the remainder of the month. 50 flipping memberships just now gifted by Captain Jerry. Incredible. So that's 120 just now in the time span of 15 minutes. Absolutely madness. Stop the madness, Jerome. I appreciate your appreciation, but please stop right now. Let this be the last donation, and let it be the last donation for a while, because really it's just insane. That's a couple of good bottles of liquor that you could have bought from that instead, mate. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, those 50 exclamation mark new members that just received a membership by Captain Jerry Donnelly. Don't forget to say thank you to him if you are one of the recipients. Have fun with the custom emojis. By all means, have fun with the custom emojis. They're there to be had fun with. Incredible. Captain Jerry Donnelly again gifting 50 memberships. That is insane. Really, thank you so much. But let that be the last donation for a while. Incredible. In the meantime, good morning to Fabian. Good morning to Dark Dog. JP Kraus says that has to be a record, right? Unfortunately, no. We've had, well, quote-unquote worse gifting before. What was that chap's name again? Oh, I still remember. It was somewhere in the autumn, 2 years ago, I think. What was that chap's name again? Anyway, it's getting close to a record, JP Kraus, but it's been surpassed before. Rider of Doom makes a good suggestion from now on, at least General Jerry Donnelly. Absolutely right. Absolutely right. You're getting a promotion from Captain to General. That is insane. Yeah, John Dutch Canadian also. No, we've had another chap before. I think wasn't he about to get married sometime soon? I think he alone already gifted 200 memberships or something, or 100 in just. Yeah, that's John Dutch Canadian went at it one time, and there was also another chap. Absolutely incredible. thank you so much, Jerome. Really, honestly. But promise me, please promise me that that was the last donation for a while now. Please don't make me feel uncomfortable. I don't know your financial situation. You're obviously not poor, but this has been more than enough for a while now. Ah, Paul also remembers, yeah. He was high on love. I think he was drunk actually. Could have been drunk. What was that guy's name again? Yeah, well, anyway. So we've had several occasions where a lot of memberships were gifted in one show. John Canadian also went at it one time. I think he also did something like 100 memberships, if not more, in one show. Absolutely incredible. Well, thank you so much, Tessa. Who says in Dutch, you're worth it, more or less. Still, you guys were also watching Artemis. Absolutely lovely. Yeah, I also stayed up for it, so I had a brief night's sleep. Went to bed shortly after 2 a.m. But it was worth it. It was great to see. Although Honda remarked earlier that he thought that the direction, the director was the way they registered the whole thing wasn't very optimal. I agree. I also sometimes were thinking, come on, show something. The director might need some direction classes, but what a performance. I already mentioned there's also a great video. Jerome, what what did I just ask you to do? Please. Another 50 memberships gifted by Captain Jerry Donnelly just now. This is getting insane. Jerome, please. I beg you, let that be the last gift for now. I'm starting to feel a little uncomfortable with such a big amount of memberships gifted. At least spread it out through time. Don't spend all your budget, your Aim is Life budget in one show. That's another 50 memberships gifted by Captain Jerry Donnelly. I'm lost for words. If you are a recipient of a gifted membership, even if it isn't from Captain Jerry, don't forget to say thanks and enjoy the custom emojis. 34 of them. They're there to be had fun with. Also, if you think one or more needs to be replaced, head over to the community section for members and cast your vote. Jerome, thank you so much. Honestly, thank you. I think that's enough, isn't it? Incredible generosity by Captain Jerry Donnelly. I hope that everybody who just received gifted memberships from him has already said or will say thank you. It's time for a wide body, finally. Delta Airlines Flight 144 arriving from Seattle, Washington, A330neo. In the meantime, Matthijs Koolman renewed his membership. Welcome back to the Aurora Skylines, Matthijs. Thank you so much for your vote of confidence. We kept your seat warm, Matthijs. Matthijs Koolman renewing his membership. Thanks for the vote of confidence and welcome back to the Aurora Skylines, Matthijs. In the meantime, this is Delta Airlines Flight 144 arriving from Seattle, Washington, an A330neo, 9 hours and 12 minutes on the way, the November 417 Delta X-Ray. This airplane is 4 years old. Its first flight was in February 2022. Hoedje van Papiro, goedemorgen. 1, 2, 3, 4, hoedje van papier. 1, 2, 3, 4, paper hat. It doesn't rhyme that well in English, but that's a children's song. And hoedje van papier is a reference to to the lyrics of that song. Good morning, Helsinki spotting. No, Jerry. Captain Jerry now reimbursing me for the lunch I treated him to because he was visiting me on his visit to Europe. Come on. This is for the food cart in the car park. Great food and you can buy a beer watching the planes. Absolutely right. Absolutely right. They have good fries, good snacks and lovely pinda sauce, peanut sauce. Here in the Netherlands we often eat our fries with peanut sauce. You can also put it on a cheese souffle. Absolutely lovely. But that was me treating you, mate. Don't reimburse me for a lunch that it was my pleasure to give to you. Come on. That is for the food cart emoji. Well... What do you guys think? With so many gifted memberships gifted by Captain Jerry, does he deserve a custom emoji of his own? I'm inclined to say yes. Max van Golde also renewing his membership just now. Max, welcome back to the Aurora Sky Lounge and thank you so much for your support and for the vote of confidence. We kept your seat warm. It's nice to have you back, Max. Thank you so much and welcome back. We have a 3-airplane glide slope shot, ladies and gentlemen. It's 2 narrow bodies in the foreground and the third airplane is a 787-10 Dreamliner. It's number 190, arriving from Stavanger. Here in the foreground, KLM flight 1174, then 1788, arriving from Hanover. Right. It's not a formal poll, but I think most will probably agree that Captain Jerry just now has deserved his own custom emoji. In that case, what we need is from you to tell us which one we need to retire and what do you want back for it in return. KLM flight 1788 on the right, KLM flight 682 arriving from Vancouver on the left, and a jet arriving from Istanbul should be behind these two airplanes. Right there is where you can see the airplanes further away. Earlier this morning once we saw a 5-airplane glide slope shot. It's now called the Polderbaan, says Frank. Gerrit asks, isn't it difficult filming in the height? I'm not exactly sure what you're talking about with filming in the height. Are you talking about overhead traffic? It's opening up, but I'm not seeing any controls right now, just control remnants. Here is a jet arriving from Istanbul in the background, and here in the foreground, KLM Flight 682 arriving from Vancouver, Canada. That's a 787-10 Dreamliner, 9 hours and 4 minutes underway. New airplane, less than a year old, first flight August 2025. Registration is the PHBKR, Bravo Kilo Romeo. Carla Lou, goedemorgen, good morning, and welcome to the channel. Welcome to the channel, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime as well. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at Polderbaan, runway 18 right now. Once again, the only runway in use for arrivals. And this is a 787-10 Dreamliner from KLM, arriving from Vancouver in Canada. There's crosswind from the left for the airplane, so they're pointing away from us. Boom, deflex. Bernd, guten Morgen und herzlich willkommen. Welcome to the show, everybody else. If you guys are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like. Your likes go a long way in getting in more people, new people in the future. A jet arriving from Istanbul, an A321 Neo. The airplane 3 hours and 39 minutes on the way. Everything arriving from Istanbul and from Athens this morning has been underway for around half an hour longer than normal. So I suspect it has to do with winds. Normally speaking, Istanbul, Amsterdam, and Athens, Amsterdam average around 3 hours. Right now it's been 3 hours 40 minutes for this one. It's the TC Lur Tango Charlie Lima Uniform Romeo, 2 years old, first flight November 2023. Neil, good morning. Neil is tuning in from Hull in England. Wasn't Andy Q also from Hull in England? Not sure where he has been. It's been a while. And Apple Flaps also in the chat, still a bit drowsy from watching Artemis. Same here, went to bed a 2:15 and the alarm went again at 7 this morning. What's the expression? No rest for the wicked. Wicked. I'm thinking about Ali G. Hey, that's interesting. Marissa says that planes are doing a holding pattern above the Gulf of Yorkshire. Is it so busy with traffic on the west side? West side is the best side. Oh yeah, have a look. Wide bodies are in a holding pattern, waiting to get vectored to the Polderbaan. Interesting. Yeah, we only have to make do with one runway for arrivals until 1 o'clock, so they'll just have to wait, I guess. Ah, Gerrit says, I mean, you have to point your camera vertical. Must be more cardio, I think. It's not that bad, Gerrit. The overhead traffic outbound at the Kaagbaan, that's usually the most difficult to film. It moves more rapidly and the movement you have to make is more pronounced. This is coming in relatively flat, so the camera is already relatively horizontal, and when it passes by it only needs to be raised a little bit, so it's not too bad. passed by directly overhead, it would be far worse and far more difficult to film, which is why it's always good to have a little offset so that you're filming from the side. And for arrivals, you can get much closer by to the airplanes than from when they're departing, simply because they climb so high and so quickly. In de meantime, Christian Molengraaf zegt goedemorgen. Ik heb al een paar streams van je bekeken en nu besloten je te volgen. Ik ben bij deze ook nieuw in de chat, maar zal waarschijnlijk niks zeggen. Het kijken is ook prima. That's a long message in Dutch, which translates to good morning AMS Live. I've been watching a few streams of you and decided to follow you. I am also new in the chat for today, but will probably say nothing. Watching is also perfectly fine. Well, nice of you to say hi, Christian. Goedemorgen and welcome to the channel. And thanks for the sub, mate. The Lurkers Lounge here is also quite good, and it's absolutely fine not to say anything and just watch the streams. But it is always nice if people do want to say hi. You don't have to interact if you don't want to. Feel free to do so if you do want to say something or if you have a question. Don't be shy is all I'm trying to say, but you don't have to speak up if you don't feel like you want to do that. Transavia up next, flight 5132, arriving from Barcelona, 737-800, and EasyJet behind it, arriving from Bristol on A319. Still no action on the left in the background at the fire station. I think either the firefighters are doing a round, not around the Polderbaan, or they aren't doing a round today. Is that the police again? No, wait, I think I saw a vehicle on the cycling path before. Oh, wow. That car. If those people dancing around that car are there, if those are the drivers, the inhabitants of that car, then this car has driven onto the cycling path illegally. Where's the Rozzers if you need them? Nah. But they do run the risk of getting a fine. I saw a white car on the entering the cycling path from the roundabout here on the north side. Basically where that scooter is now also driving, I saw a car. The cycling path ends here, where there's a roundabout for cars. You'll have to cross the road and then the cycling path continues either to the left or to the right. It's quite clearly a cycling path. There's also a bridge over there, small bridge, so hopefully the bridge hasn't been damaged by the car, but well, if it can hold the BMW of the police, yeah, no, it's going to be good. 12, Arcon, goedemorgen and welcome. Nelly4402 also says hi, hallo. Ik kijk ook altijd, alleen al jaren. En zit weinig op de chat, so Nelly is also one of those regular viewers who isn't interacting but is almost always watching. Well, nice of you to say hi, Nelly. And I'm glad to hear that you guys are all watching and apparently still enjoying, because otherwise, why would you come back? Hope you guys are all enjoying the show still. Don't forget to leave a like if you are enjoying what you're seeing. There is a very bleak sun shining, and that does allow a shady figure to wave to you guys at home. This is looking to the west. On lower levels, visibility is pretty good. The sky is pretty open, but higher up you can see the sky is milky. That's also the case where the sun is at in the sky right now. So the sun isn't shining abundantly. Maybe land inward. Is there anybody watching from more land inward who does have more sunshine than we do over here in the west? Because I don't think we're going to get unadulterated sunshine today. Rain is expected to arrive in 2 to 3 hours or so. Banana is underway, and Ruben asks if there's an A380 underway. There is, and I can also tell you it is probably going to land here on the Polderbaan as well. Let me show you in a minute. Thank you, Jerome, who says, tell everyone the location of the food court in the car park. Well, if you go to Google Maps and you Google for Spottersplaats Polderbaan, you'll find the parking lot where often in the weekends, and particularly if it is nice weather, you'll find a fried truck, a truck that sells fried food. You can get fries over there, you can get snacks over there, you can get a beer over there if you want, coffee as well. And 2 tractors over here. Which ones are these? Fendt and another Fendt? Or... Yep, 2 Fendts. So the A380 is coming this way. It's arriving between 1 and 2 last time I checked. Let's do that again in a moment. E2 Embraer 195. That's arriving from Edinburgh in Scotland. Emirates Sky Cargo arriving from Aguadilla up next. Let's be quick with it. So, quick look on Flight Radar. You can see that there is an Emirates A380 underway. Oh no, this isn't good news, or no wait, it doesn't matter. It's now expected 2:05, and Bezoekbus, the website that shows the expected runway use. No, that's old news. In that case, let us quickly go back to the things happening here in real life. I was about to show you the expected runway use. Ari copy-pasted it in the chat earlier in the morning. Between 1 and 2 o'clock, runway 06 is going to open up again for arrivals. That means that everything arriving from the east is going to be landing here on this runway. Earlier it was looking like the Emirates A380 was expected before 2 o'clock. But if it is arriving shortly after 2, then probably it's going to land on this runway regardless, since that will be the only runway open after 2 o'clock for arrivals. This is Emirates Sky Cargo flight 9914 arriving from Aguadilla, 7 hours and 51 minutes on the way. Boom. In Oost-Vlaanderen, the sun is peeking through the clouds. That's good news. So further south, the sun is starting to shine. Over here in the west of the Netherlands, the sky is milky. Below the clouds, visibility is a-okay. We had 5 airplanes on the glide slope earlier in the morning, and there are 4 on the glide slope right now. How many can we see? There's number 3. Is number 4 visible already? Don't think it is. There should be one arriving from the east as well. Or is that number 4? Are we missing number 3? Oh yeah. There you go. No, wait, that's... It's just 3 airplanes. What? Lame. There should be a 4th visible. The trees are probably a bit in the way. Right, 3 airplane glide slope shot. We'll have to make do with then. Transavia arriving from Preveza, A321neo, flight 5792. Flight time 3 hours and 11 minutes. The Papa Hotel, Yankee Hotel Echo. Brand new airplane. Will turn 1 in July this year. Well, looked like there was a draft from the side right at the moment of touchdown. All right. There's the now 3rd airplane. KLM flight 1020 arriving from Leeds, followed by an A300-600 arriving from London Luton. Yes, the banana is there. First up, KLM flight 1020 arriving from Leeds, number 190, flight time 1 hour and a minute. Papa Hotel Echo Zulu. Papa is its registration. 16 years old. Its first flight was in March 2010. And seems that we've crossed through 600 likes. Thank you all so much, ladies and gentlemen. Your likes go a long way in getting in more people in the future, new audience. So if you are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like if you want to help the channel and you haven't done so already. Next up is a DHL A300-600 arriving from London Luton, flight 223, flight time 54 minutes. The Delta Alpha Echo, and that is 31 years old already. First flight was in March 1995. Let's see, I was in the first year of middle school by then. What were you doing back in January 1995 if you were there already? Arriving from London Luton, look away if you're Luton intolerant, it might give you the cramps. What the sounds it's producing. Sounds distinctly different from the other airplanes. Each airplane type has their own typical sound formed by the engines and of course the shape of the airframe. Certain types whistle more than others. I tell you, that shit is...
This shit is bananas! B-A-N-A-N-A-S!
Katie has returned. Airplane dances. Someone mentioned video like I have appeared. Good to see you again, Katie. Hope all is well. And welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're at the north end of the Polderbaan. Runway 18 right currently the only runway for inbound traffic. Wide bodies are approaching. They were in a holding pattern above the Gulf of Yorkshire earlier. The next wide body in the bottom left is Air Canada Flight 808 arriving from Toronto. And here in the top right we have KLM Flight 1774. That's a 737 arriving from Berlin. After the Air Canada Dreamliner A777 from KLM arriving from LAX. And after that, Delta with two A330 Neos. Indigo is also approaching, is now east of Amsterdam. Wind today is blowing from the southeast. That means headwind and crosswind from the left for the airplanes landing here. Get to Jerry, mate. Again with the super chats. Captain Jerry announces that he has to leave now. He volunteered to drive the kids up the mountain to the ski resort. Nice. And he has Jägermeister under the seat. So, in other words, a safe trip is assured. Thank you so much again for your incredible, stupendous generosity today, Jerry. Really, I hope you didn't spend any money that you need yourself. I hope that everybody who received gifted memberships from Captain Jerry, more than 100 people, have or will say thanks and enjoy the membership they received from you. Enjoy the rest of your day and hopefully we'll see you again tomorrow. You can count on me being out again tomorrow with another stream. Hopefully we'll see you then, Jerry. Enjoy the rest of your day and take it easy with the Jägermeister with the kids, eh? Ducky over there, or is that Chris Coote? I'm not sure. Air Canada, the bank robber, here to take our money. Air Canada Flight 808. Now that car has driven off again. And I wonder if the next car has anything to do with it. Because I see a car over there and that is the police. Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? I wonder if they got fined or if they were just asked to leave. In the meantime, Mark H is also coming in the chat and he comes in with a bang. Mark, good to see you again, mate. You didn't have to gift 5 memberships to come into the chat, you know that, hopefully. But thank you so much. What an incredible, generous audience today. So many gifted memberships. Another 5 just now by Mark H. A warm welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. There's 5 new members. Hope you guys will say thanks to Mark H and enjoy the gifted membership. You'll now have access to our custom emojis for the full month, 34 of them. You're also eligible to vote if you have an opinion about whether or not to change any of the custom emojis. Let your voice be heard. Mark, welcome back. Thank you so much for your incredible generosity. And a warm welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge to the new members. Back to back wide bodies now. On the left, we have Delta Airlines Flight 164 arriving from Minneapolis. Behind it is going to be another Delta. And here in the foreground on the top right is KLM Flight 604 arriving from LAX. There's the next Delta. Hey, is that outbound traffic? Or is that going to be inbound? Overhead? Not exactly sure. Don't think I'm seeing anything on flight radar. Probably an outbound Embraer. Next up, KLM Flight 604 arriving from LAX. 777-200. 10 hours and 2 minutes on the way. The Papa Hotel, Bravo, Quebec, Kilo. The airplane 21 years old, first flight January 2005. The wind is still pretty fierce at times. You may not hear it that well because I have the blimp with me, but the blimp is sometimes even struggling to stay upright. If it is going to topple over, I can place it under the leg of my camping table. That should keep it firmly in place. But it is actually gusty at times. More viewers saying hi. Ik, Marcellus uit Groenen, goedemiddag. En Marcus Aviation, good afternoon. Welcome to the channel, guys. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It isn't mandatory, but it is always appreciated. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I see that Sarah Deal is also back. Good to see you, Sarah. Hope you're doing well. Thus far, we have seen two 747s who both landed here, in the first half hour or so of the stream, I think. We're now waiting for the Emirates A380. It is expected shortly after 2 o'clock. I will probably land here. Delta Airlines Flight 164 arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Paul says you need to get some ears for that blimp, turn it into a cat. Well, that will only make it more susceptible to the wind, but it might be funny. Cat ears and whiskers. Alright, next up Delta Airlines Flight 236 arrived from Tampa in Florida. For those of you wondering, we're at the north end of Polderbaan, runway 18 right. Quite a bit further to the north. And here it's nice and quiet. Yes, goedemiddag, good afternoon. Delta Airlines Flight 236 arrived from Tampa in Florida. 8 hours and 14 minutes it has been underway. It's been flying for a year now, almost 2. First flight was in July 2024, so that will turn 2 pretty soon. It's the November 429 Delta X-ray. Indigo also on the glide slope now. Third airplane after this. There's crosswind from left to right, the way the camera is now oriented. So the airplanes are pointing away from us, and now you see the nose is coming more to the right in line with the runway heading. I see a contour remnant in the sky over here, and I can also see that clouds are drifting in and are going to obscure the bleak sun that we were having up until moments ago. It's looking like the Kagbaan is still used for departures. Fin Air with the Mary Meko Kivik special livery taking off. That's probably going to make a right-hand turn and is going to turn this way. We'll probably pass overhead, getting close by. Blue balls in Finland. Mari Meko Kivik. Quickly turning back, the Transavia arriving from Bari is getting close by. That's Transavia flight 5822. Gerrit has to go. Grab a spot of lunch. Enjoy, mate. Hopefully see you again later in the day or in the weekend. Eet smakelijk, Gerrit. And thanks for stopping by. Ambulance on the highway, but not an emergency. No lights and no siren. Ambulances are only vehicles that you need to let go in front of you if they have sirens on and lights. And thank you, Yas, for your thumbs up super sticker. Mate, thank you so much. Glad to hear you are enjoying yourself, and I hope everybody is. So, Emirates A380 is underway, and with a little bit of luck, well, it really has to be something unforeseen will have to happen for it not to land here on the Polderbaan. Unforeseen runway use change, for instance. This being Schiphol, it might happen. It can always happen. But normally speaking, the Emirates A380 would be landing here. If it were to make up time and is expected here before 2 o'clock, then it's still coming here to the Polderbaan probably. If it's going to arrive shortly after 2 o'clock, then it should also be landing here on the Polderbaan, which then is the only runway open for inbound traffic. Unless, of course, the runway use is going to change from what is now expected. That doesn't happen always, but it can happen, and on occasion it does. Indigo up next, arriving from Mumbai, flight 21. It's a 7879 Dreamliner, and behind it should be a KLM A330. There it is. Behind it, there should be Shamrock, arriving from Dublin or Cork. Dublin. Yeah, no, you're right, Lisa. That never happens. The ATC loves me. Yeah. You either like me or love me. Next thing you're going to say is that the Schiphol Boas also love me. Indigo, operated by Norse, arriving from Mumbai in India. 10 hours and 48 minutes on the way. Look at the wingtips, the deflex taking place when the spoilers go up. Boom! Those wingtips drop tremendously. Hey Peter K, good to see you, mate. What up? Unexpected runway changes since today, only with permission by General Donnelly. Absolutely, Rider of Doom. They need to go through Jerry first. If he doesn't okay it, it's not going to happen. Peter K, also back in the chat. I assume you also watched the re-entry of Artemis yesterday evening. Like I said before, there's also an amazing video on YouTube of the re-entry of Artemis 1, the unmanned predecessor. But it's the entire unabridged with audio re-entry from aboard, so you can also see all the plasma and whatnot. You can hear all the sounds of the thrusters. You can see the splashdown from aboard. Don't know the channel anymore. Something space flight or something. 700k subscribers, and the video lasts around 25 minutes. Highly recommended. For me, it was the first time ever seeing what it is like to re-enter from on board. This is KLM flight 767, arriving from Bonaire, A330-300, the fucka, as in how is your motherfucker? The PH, aka 14 years old already, first flight February 2012. For those of you wondering, we're not at the Kagbaan, we are at Polderbaan, runway 18 right, but we are standing further to the north. There's the tower, and all the way there's the excrement bridge that normally I would be standing right next to. From here, the fences between the roundabout and the excrement bridge seems like only a few yards, but it's actually an almost 10-minute walk to get past the excrement bridge. Walking from here to there is further than walking from the Polderbaan parking lot to the excrement bridge. Good thing I didn't park my car all the way over there, but over here on the north side. If you did not follow this channel yet, in October 2023, this will be the first time for you guys to see me film from this location, because the last time I've been here was October 1st, 2023. I looked it up the other day, and I honestly don't know why I didn't come back here before, because it is a great location. It looks a lot like the arrivals on Kagbaan. I imagine probably when there's wind from the west and the airplanes are crabbing into our direction, it will look even more spectacular. Aer Lingus, aka Shamrock, flight 604, arriving from Dublin, Ireland, an A320. Dublin to Amsterdam usually averages around an hour. Flight time, an hour 15 minutes. Excrement bridge, poop pipes. Gary in Amsterdam, also back in the chat. This is totally new. So, that tells me that you've been following the channel after, you started following the channel after October 2023. That's when I was here for the last time. I've been here twice or, well no, I think thrice, 3 times. Once with a storm, and I came unprepared without an umbrella. It started raining and I had to cancel after maybe less than 10 minutes of streaming. Yeah, back in the early days, and when there was still a steep learning curve to climb. Cool 3 airplane glide slope shot. TAP at Portugal up first, Transavia up next, and then KLM with a 737. TAP at Portugal, arriving from Lisbon in Portugal, flight 668. Flight time 2 hours and 29 minutes. Hey Erik, goedemiddag. Good afternoon. Mooi stukje natuur is daar, ondanks dat je heel dicht bij Schiphol staat. Nice bit of nature over there, despite being so close to Schiphol. Well, over here there's grassland. There is a bit of water over here, a canal. I'm standing right on the edge. Hey, and I do see that Maurice Moorhan is here. Can I show him? Well, just about. The grass is relatively high over here. But there you go, you could see Maurice Moorhan. Maybe if it's a bit warmer, the birds will come out in bigger numbers. It seems like the birds here aren't used to human beings. This is the new standard livery. Completely green tail and engine casings, except for the logo, and a bit bolder Transavia. Departure from the Kaagbaan in the background. Climbing out already. And a bright double-decker bus. Hop on, hop off. And another bus, another touring car. Uniworld. No United, but Uniworld. Widebody arriving as number 2, that's KLM flight 744, arriving from Lima in Peru, that's a 777-300ER. In the front, on the right, is KLM flight 1614, arriving from Milan, that's a 737-800. Somewhere behind the triple, there should be a Vueling, Hans' favorite. Vueling, arriving from Barcelona. So this is KLM flight 1614, arriving from Milan. Flight time 1 hour and 30 minutes. The Papa Hotel Bravo X-Ray Bravo BXB. 26 years old, first flight April 1999. Wow, that was looking a bit bouncy to me. Bit of a Ryanair-esque landing. Super Zero says that the A380 is about to cross the border with Slovenia any moment now. If all is well, it should be landing here on the Polderbaan, the Emirates A380. Yesterday's bonus arrival. All the while, the runway had been used for departures, and then at the very last moment, they switched it to arrivals. And guess what? The A380 not landing on runway 27, but here on the Polderbaan. KLM flight 744, arriving from Lima in Peru, 11 hours and 43 minutes on the way. Full flaps, almost vertical, that lower part. Bit of wake as well here. I'd forgotten about that. Lima, of course, the capital of Peru, and that's a country right next to. But you guys all knew that. I'm not telling you anything new. It's 12:38, and if all is well, the runway we are standing right next to should stay the only runway for inbound traffic for another 20 or so minutes. Let's do an update of the weather. So let's go over to the METAR website and have a look. The wind has been around 13 to 15 knots. I think it's only going to pick up when the rain area is coming. Well, it's 13 knots right now, and the wind is blowing from the south-southeast. It's CAV okay, means ceiling and visibility are okay. The lower 5,000 feet surrounding the airport are clear of visual impediments in the form of clouds or precipitation. The temperature is 14 degrees Celsius, that's almost 70 Fahrenheit, and the visibility is good. Looking on flight radar, we can see that the Emirates A380 is coming and is now expected to be landing here at 2:03. Going to Lima in Peru is the Orange Pride. The Transavia Retro is also coming back. That's arriving 2:37. And there are 747s underway. Those are all further away and later expected. and just as I am showing you guys what the weather is like, obviously a special livery will have to pass by. That was Vueling flight 8309 with the 2026 Tour de France livery. That's not even begun yet, come on. Well, sorry, wasn't paying attention, and I failed to show you that properly. Gary says, such a cute little center you have in Lisse. I took a visitor there yesterday. Hey, nice. Well, a lot of the buildings are vacant. It's been better. It's been more widely inhabited with shops that are operational. But yeah, it's not too bad. I personally love the center of Sassenheim even more, the village further to the south. It has a park in the center with ducks and coots and grebes. Next time you're in the vicinity, you should head over there and have a look, Gary. The shopping center may not be that big, but at least they do have a nice park with a pond and a small animal farm even. I'm not a big fan of animal farms, but it does have atmosphere, I'll give you that. Marissa has to go. She has plans for tomorrow, work on Thursday and Friday, so won't be able to join until next Saturday. Hopefully the weather will be good enough for me to do a stream then, and I hope to see you then. Enjoy the rest of the week, Marissa, and thank you so much for joining us here today. It's been a great pleasure to have you again in the chat. Looking forward to your return next week. I was planning on and also updating the weather report in the ticker. Let me see if I can find time after this landing. A321neo KLM flight 1502. Before there is a lot to see. Ah, the visitor wanted to see the the flower fields. Well, you should have taken the car, and you can drive between Lisse and Hillegom, and also between Sassheim and Lisse. There are plenty of flower fields that you can see, although it's probably very busy this time of year with the Keukenhof also being open. Best way to get from A to B in the area these days, this time of year, is by bicycle. This weekend in my hometown there are mosaics made with hyacinth flowers. That's only going to be this one weekend. Next week on Saturday it's going to be troublesome getting back home after streaming because the flower corso will be held. That means that a lot of the major roads will be shut off between 1 and 5. It means I'll probably have to take an inner road to get back to my hometown. The Flower Corso is well known and attracts an international tourist audience of over 1 million people that day. Don't think about getting by car from A to B in the area on that day. The major roads will be closed off. Nice, couple of tulip fields are blooming already in the area. You have to be quick if you want to see them, because tulips, as I think I mentioned that before yesterday as well already, tulips get beheaded right as they're in the peak of their bloom, so that all of the energy will go into growing the bulbs, because that's after all what the farmers in the flower strip area are producing, bulbs and not the flowers. So what today might be a bright red field of tulips might be just green next week, just leafy green. It's narrow bodies o'clock again. Where is the next wide body? Is that KLM flight 622 arriving from Atlanta? There's the bird control. And another double-decker bus. It's almost as if we're in London. Or at least back in the day there used to be a double-decker bus. Do they still have them? Here's our beloved excrement bridge. Quite busy with people over there, as you can see, but if I zoom out, you can see just how far we are to the north in comparison. And what you guys are now seeing in the live chat is called Pavlov effect. Two airplanes that are approaching, both of them have geared turbofan engines and both will sound similar upon passing by. They'll have a certain whistle that is very unique to these two airplane types. E2 Embraer in the foreground, arriving from Billund, KLM, and behind it is a Bombardier C-Series 300, these days also known as A220s. Air France arriving from Paris. Interesting shapes in the overhead clouds, ripples. So there's a lot of waviness in the clouds, indicative of turbulence in the wind blowing up there. If it signifies something, worsening of weather or improvement, I don't know. You can see similar patterns over here as well. Looks quite interesting. Not always do you see patterns like these in the clouds. Air France Bombardier C-Series 300 A220 arriving from Paris, flight 1640. And again that whistle. The typical geared turbofan sound that you also heard just now with the previous airplane, the E220, the E2 Embraer. Jeez. Claudia, good afternoon, and Sean and Annabelle tuning in from South Africa. Welcome to the show. And it seems we've crossed through 700 likes. Thank you all so much for that, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad to hear you guys are enjoying the show. Hope everybody is still having a great time. I am definitely having fun being out here again for the first time in, what is it, 2.5 years? Still waiting for the Emirates A380 to show up. That should be coming this way, and around 2 o'clock it should be landing here. Earlier it was a little before 2 o'clock. Now it's a few minutes past 2 o'clock. E2 Embraer 195, KLM flight 1754, another one of those whistlers. This one arriving from Hamburg. Hamburgers. KLM flight 1818 is approaching. That's number 190, arriving from Frankfurt, and there should be an A321 Neo turning in from the left. There it is. Icelandair flight 500, arriving from Reykjavik. Peter K says Air France will retire all A330s next year. What will they get in return? Aloha Jin Shin, good to see you, mate. Hope you're doing well. You have missed 2 747s already, but you are still in time for the Emirates A380, which is still expected and will be... Oh, Ari says A380 is delayed because it has to fly over Slovenia. That's a good one, Ari. Keep them coming. Yeah, so the A380 is still expected a bit later than anticipated, since it had to go over Slovenia, but it should be coming in an hour or so. Bryn is also back, and he is reporting hailstones in Wales. What? Where has the summer gone, mate? How about we get spring in first? But I also had people reporting that in Yorkshire there was also not that great weather, cold and rainy. Here we're expecting rain in the afternoon as well, although it will be short-lived. It should get dry again tonight. And tomorrow it should be dry again. Not sure if we're going to get some sunshine tomorrow. This is the Lifeliner, one of the air ambulances that we have in the Netherlands. Most of them based at the rooftops of academic medical centers all over the country. Groningen, Maastricht, Nijmegen. Here we used to have it on the rooftop of one of the Amsterdam academic hospitals, but these days the air ambulance is parked in the port area of the city of Amsterdam, a bit further to the north. Here we have Iceland Air. Hey, what's this? Change of runway use. I see Air Baltic arriving on center by the looks of it. In that case, we need the A380 to arrive here after 2 o'clock, because otherwise it's going to be landing on the center runway. So there you go. Runway use again differing from what Bezoekbus was forecasting. Bezoekbus often is right, but not always. The fact that Air Baltic arriving from Riga is now on the glide slope to the center runway tells me that in the upcoming hour we're going to get parallel arrivals. We already had them this morning, which is why I assumed earlier that the secondary runway for arrivals today was going to be the center runway. That's cool. That's cool. Even if the A380 were to arrive here before 2 o'clock, if it were to go to center, we still should be able to see that quite well from here. Air Baltic arriving from Riga, the first airplane to the center runway. Flying a little bit behind this Embraer 190, which is arriving from Bristol. And on the glide slope to the Polderbaan, behind this airplane is KLM flight 622 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. And that's a 777-300. Wobble, wobble. Not Maastricht? Are you sure? Okay. Ah! ADAC. I didn't know that, Frank. Thanks for the heads up. I thought that Maastricht was also having a lifeliner. So, Amsterdam, Rotterdam, Groningen, Nijmegen, Volkel as well. Oh, Volkel is... Volkel is the one that's covering the Nijmegen area then, right? Anyway. We have a handful of them based all across the country. Medical helicopters for when disaster strikes. So all along the sun is out, but the sky higher up is cloudy. It's been milky and rain is expected later in the day. Should be arriving from the west late afternoon, second half of the afternoon. Last time I checked, the sources were indicating it would start around 2 to 3 in the west, and then a few hours, and then around dinner time or shortly after dinner time, things should become dry again here in the west. Airbase Volkel for Nijmegen. Well, thanks for letting us know, Frank. This is KLM flight 622, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. 777-300. Not just wind, also wake turbulence. Jeez. Bert, goedemiddag. Good to see you, mate. Gaspar, good morning. Sinjun, good afternoon. Goedemiddag. Sinjun is tuning in from South Africa. Yay! Africa. All right. What's this? It's a camper. It's a camper van. Converted van, probably. All right. Looking to the north. Hey, I didn't even know that Fidel was here. Fucking hey. Fidel Castro also over here. Hard to estimate how far away he is, but I think probably around 50 or less meters. What is up, buddy? That head is perfectly still. Almost perfectly. Technologia! Technologia! Hey, and Gaspar is French. Nice, bienvenue. I don't think we have many French viewers, or at least definitely not active in the chat. Jean-Yves is active regularly and has been for a while. But not a lot of Frenchies in the chat. Bienvenue. Super Zero is giving us an update about the A380. It's now 1 hour and 5 minutes away and currently flying in German airspace. 1 hour and 5 minutes, that counts up to 2:07 approximately. So that's good news. With a little bit of luck, center will be closed by then. If it isn't, we can still see quite well from here. Obviously, we're not that far away, just like when standing next to the excrement bridge. Just to show you guys what we can see from here. Obviously, not as much of the rollout as we would be able to from the excrement bridge, being a mile or so further to the north, if not more. Today's A380 is a standard livery one, so still waiting for that beautiful blue NBA special A380 to come to Schiphol. It's been here before, but not while I was here, unfortunately. So it has to come over again during one of the streaming days. Speedbird, aka British Airways. Flight 434, arrival from London Heathrow. And you might be wondering, London? Yes, London, you know.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
And the A330s of Air France are going to be replaced by A350s. That's definitely an upgrade, and it's definitely an improvement. First actual Airbus that actually looks good. Not including the A220 that began life as a Bombardier. So, quick look on flight radar to see where the A380 currently is flying. Here it is, flying in Bavaria. Headed for Nuremberg. 2:05 is the estimated time of arrival. Meanwhile, more airplanes are coming in. Parallel arrivals have begun. It's 1:05 and it's 737s to both runways right now. The first airplane to both the center runway and to the Polderbaan are 737s. KLM flight 938 arriving from Glasgow over here in the foreground, and a 737-700 arriving from Munich right there. Embraer 175 arriving from Aberdeen in the background. It is once again Everybody's Fest 2026. Turkish is coming. Turkish A330 arriving from Istanbul. That's going to the center runway, unfortunately. Hey, Karsten is also back in the chat. Kasper, no, Karsten. Jesus, I need more vodka. Pronunciation errors. Zooming out a bit more. No big wide bodies in the immediate vicinity. Turkish Airlines is an A330 going to the center runway. That's probably the first one. I'm waving to K1, but I think they might not even expect anybody here, or they're not even looking. The new K1, old K1 was the VW, now turned into K5, where the license plate still says K1 and the 5 on K5, what now has become K5 in blue, and the rest is black. Cheap copy pasting, cheap editing. KLM flight 914 arriving from Aberdeen in the foreground, and in the background we have KLM flight 1450 arriving from Toulouse. Two Embraer 175s. Next after that an A320 arriving from Paris. The Emirates A380 is around an hour or so away from us. Center runway is assumed to be only open for arrivals between 1 and 2 o'clock. But you never know with the A380, it might be that ATC decides to keep open the center runway just a bit longer, just so that the Emirates A380 will land on it and doesn't have to taxi that all that way back to the main platform area. So whether or not the A380 is going to land here on the Polderbaan, we'll still have to see. Being Schiphol, anything is possible. But on paper, if they are closing the center runway at 2 o'clock, it should be coming to the Polderbaan, the runway we are standing right next to. KLM flight 1450 arriving from Toulouse up first. And after that, it's Air France flight 1740. Arriving from Paris, Charles de Gaulle. Turkish Airlines has entered the glide slip to the center of runway, and I think that is it. That's Turkish flight 1957, arriving from Istanbul, Turkey. Now going to the center of runway, the wrong runway. Ooh, nice. Very gentle. Well done, well played. So only once did I see either it was a duck or a coot. And over here in the grass we saw Maurice Moorhen. And of course Fidel Kestrel. Not as busy with birds here than as it is a bit further downstream, the usual location. Motor City Kitty 700 says goedemorgen en groetjes van een Amerikaan in Canada. Greetings from an American in Canada. Hayden Bilby says another South African here but living and watching in Nuremberg, Germany. I'll keep a lookout for the A380 when it flies over. Well, I wonder if it has already passed or if it is still on its way. Provided that you can see where the airplanes, if you can look up until cruising altitude without any visual impediments, you should be able to see it. If it isn't passing right overhead, it should be high enough that you could see it from afar. This was Air France flight 1740, having arrived from Paris, and having to scroll laterally to read Hayden's message. Now my chat window is updating again. I do see that Gaspar has to go. A bientôt, and thank you so much for joining us here today, mate. Yeah, that's not working anymore. Right, copy the link of the live chat. Paste the link. Yep, new live chat, top chat, to live chat, and scroll down. Right, I think it's working again. Turkish Airlines flight 1957, arriving from Istanbul in Turkey. Going to the wrong runway. Here it is, it's an A330-300. Flight time 3 hours and 14 minutes. The ballpark nominal. It's the TCLND Lima November Delta. 10 years old, first flight February 2016. Nice tulip on the back. Keukenhof will undoubtedly approve. And as Turkish is approaching the center runway, so too is KLM flight 1920 approaching the Polderbaan here. A 737 arriving from Zurich. Oh, almost forgot, Maria. I saw your email as I was setting up here. Maria emailed me this morning. There was apparently an impersonator in the live chat this morning. I saw the messages. I could still see that you deleted them. Imitation is a form of flattery. Quite interesting. When people try to mimic you. Yeah, and we need more than 50k more subscribers to get that verified badge, so that you can see I'm me and not some impersonator. Sky Express on its way to the center runway in A320neo, arriving from Greece. Is this the one that says Greece is bliss, or have they learned their lesson with respect to making bold premature claims? There doesn't seem to be text on the livery, but on the fuselage, but from this angle the wing is in front of it. Can't say for sure, but it was looking tidy and clean. No, it's just windows. So they've stopped claiming that Greece is bliss, which of course they didn't support with facts or evidence or studies or anything. No sources were mentioned that proved actually that Greece is bliss. No mathematical reasoning behind it. How Greece equals bliss or whether it doesn't. Sky's the limit, indeed, Gary. They've limited their bold claims. Well, thanks for letting me know, Maria. I almost forgot to mention that I saw it. I guess we're doing something right if people want to impersonate the channel, or at least impersonate me. Cora, tuning in from Oude Tongen. Goedemorgen. Goedemiddag. It's afternoon already. Here I go saying good morning. But good afternoon and welcome. Nick van Grotel is a recipient of a gifted membership. Chances are it's from Captain Jerry. He gifted more than 100 memberships today. It was insane. If you joined only later, have a look. The gifting was stupendous. It was incredible. A lot of people received gifted memberships today. Most of them for Captain Jerry, but not all of them. Davey also went ahead today and gifted 20 memberships. Extremely generous. Mark H also gifted memberships. And we also had a few people who renewed their membership or became a member themselves for the first time. It's even possible. If you are a member, don't forget to use the custom emojis that you now have at your disposal. 34 of them. Bof. You might be thinking, was that Ryanair already landing? But no, Ryanair is next. Ryanair arriving from Dublin, Ireland, flight 3006. Will they live up to their reputation? Ryanair doesn't fly 737s, but spine shorteners. That's one way of putting it. Davey says, I think Captain Jerry gave like 117 memberships. I didn't count, but it was vastly more than 100. That I know for sure. Did he give 53 times? because I think he also did 20 one time. So if he did three times 50 already, you're right, Davey. It must be at least 170. Yeah. And the funny thing is, it wasn't even the first time that we had such insane numbers of gifted memberships in the stream. It's the third time or so over the years. Almost every year there's one of those streams that are just outliers in terms of gifted memberships. This was one of them. Anyway, if you are the recipient of the gifted membership, enjoy the gifted membership and at least try to say thank you to whoever gifted you the membership. If you enjoy your gifted membership, remember you can renew it if it expires, and you can always give another person a gifted membership as well if you think they might also enjoy it. Ryanair arriving from Dublin in Ireland, another spine shortener, or is it? Cheap fares, but sometimes you have to pay for it by going through life a bit less long than you were before. And KLM was landing as Ryanair is often set to land, and actual Ryanair landing like a pro. Right, the figures are confirmed. Davey said 170, Paul is confirming. There you go, that's 170 people who just received a free month of membership today by none other than our own Captain Jerry Donnelly. Now, with you and Mark also gifting memberships, Davey, that means that almost 200 people received a gifted membership today. Enjoy, ladies and gentlemen. If you are the recipient of a gifted membership, head over to the community section if you have an opinion about whether or not we should keep or maybe change one or more of the custom emoji. There's a poll running, and if you are a member, even if you receive a membership, you're eligible to vote. Michael says Ryanair is crazy. We flew from Frankfurt home to London and back, $20 each way. How the hell do they make money? That's a good question, Michael. It's no frills, so everything you want extra you have to pay for. But still, with kerosene prices the way they have been developing lately, makes you wonder, are they profitable or not? How can they do it? It must be that not every ticket they sell is at the same cost as you and your son were able to purchase, Michael. They must have tickets that have more margin on them, or have margin on them to begin with, because I imagine that maybe these are tickets that are bought, are sold with negative margin. Anyway, Joost 1961, Joost 1961, he just became a member of the Aurora Sky Lounge himself. Joost, dankjewel. Thank you so much. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Dankjewel, and thank you so much for your support. If you need to know where stuff is, ask around. There are many people who have gone before you into the lounge and will happily show you the way. Have fun with the 34 custom emojis that you now have at your disposal, Joost. Get creative with them, but use them. They're there to be used and to be had fun with, so make sure that you do. Welcome and thank you, Joost 1961. And if that wasn't enough already, Karsten also went ahead gifting memberships. Karsten just gave 10 memberships away. That's 10 new members, courtesy of Karsten. Dude, I don't know what to say, mate. Thank you so much for your insane generosity. So many times you have been gifting memberships already. I hope that everybody who ever received a gifted membership from you has said thank you for it. Welcome to the Sky Lounge, to the recipients of Karsten's memberships. I say, enjoy the custom emojis, now at your disposal for a month. Have fun with them. Don't forget to say thank you or dankeschön to Karsten, who is the gifter of your gifted membership. Karsten, thank you so much. Incredible generosity again from you today. You really didn't have to do it, but you went ahead and did it anyway. A warm welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, to the new members. Yeah, that's well over 200 new members in just today's show. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. In the meantime, Gretchen, good afternoon. I also see that there's a 787-10 flying along the coast and is coming to the Polderbaan. KLM flight 706 arriving from Rio de Janeiro. Before then, we are first going to get this EasyJet A320neo, which is arriving from PMO, and that's Palermo, Sicily. Che bello! Che bello! Flight time 2 hours and 22 minutes. Thinks the next time we'll have a steep wind from the southwest. I'll be coming this way. Imagine that the airplanes are crabbing and looking us straight in the face until the end, until they passed us by. Is that an animal ambulance or what? Oh, yep, animal ambulance from Stichting Dierenlot. A similar vehicle to this also arrived when Mali called them. For Daisy Duck, the crippled Daisy Duck at the Kaagbaan. Michael is asking, Maria, have you missed any CRJs today? There was one, Michael, one from, I think it was, well, it has to be either from SAS or from what's it, the Lufthansa. Jesus. What is up that I'm not able to think of that name right away? There was one, Michael, one CRJ earlier in the show. KLM flight 1512 arriving from Barcelona. Next after this, an A321neo from Transavia, which is arriving from Seville. Adi Danny, goedemiddag. Good to see you again, mate. Lovely sounds from this location. Love it, Danny says. I'm happy to hear that, mate. Hopefully the blimp is doing its thing and you guys aren't picking up too much wind rumble, because the blimp is shaking, shaking baby. It's a bit blustery, but hopefully the blimp should get crisp audio without too much wind rumble. If you do hear wind rumble, it's most likely from the furry that I have attached at the bottom of my head, the voiceover microphone. Yeah, I also heard that, Danny. Sad news yesterday when Harry the Heron got ingested by a 737 engine after takeoff. Was it the 737? I thought it was a widebody that had to return. I thought I read Dreamliner somewhere, but could be wrong. Anyway. Yeah, it's a small wonder that there aren't more bird strikes around Schiphol with so many birds all around the airport. Regular viewers will know by now there are heaps and heaps of birds over here. Sometimes eerily close to the runway. Hey, thanks for the feedback, Mark. Sounds just fine. And also, thank you, Karsten. Ali asks, is it Blimp 180? Blimp 182. Wasn't that the name of the band? Blimp 182. It's a punk blimp. Oh no, ATC bastards. Are you guys seeing what I'm seeing? The 787-10 is going to the center runway and isn't coming this way. Motherfuckers, come on. That I don't understand. Although the Red Wine Express is also now on the glide slope of center. Does that mean they're going to do a runway inspection here? And if so, does that forebode the early closure of center? It's only 1:32 p.m. And normally speaking, parallel arrivals, or at least 2 runways open for arrivals, I should say, more generally speaking, should be in place from 1 till 2. But the fact that the Dreamliner arriving from Rio de Janeiro and the Red Wine Express, which was also arriving from the west, wasn't it? Yep. Both are now going to the center runway. Makes me wonder if they're going to do a runway inspection of the Polderbaan and then close the center runway. Anti-Heron League checking in. What is up, Jeff? Good to see you, mate. Hope you've been well. Have you been in Lurker's Lounge before, or are you only now just joining us? Hopefully you were in Lurker's Lounge before already, because otherwise you may have missed 2 747s earlier in the show. I'm looking to my right as I'm trying to follow the E2 to the center runway to see if there is a bird control vehicle entering the runway somewhere, insofar as I am able to see. The answer is no. KLab flight 1932, arrival from Geneva. Where is that going to be going to? Is that going to go to the center runway? And thank you, TH Worldcast, who is saying that the Emirates A380 is over Winterberg, still 31 minutes out. Oh yes, I think I see movement on the runway. Now where did I see it? Oh. Ah, I see now. I'm crouching down a little bit. And I think... Oh right, no, there it is. I was about to say, I think I'm understanding now why you aren't seeing the car that I was seeing, but you are able to see it right now. Camera's positioned just a little bit lower, so if something is just above the horizon and you lower your point of view 10 centimeters, which is about the height difference between my eyes and the camera lens, that makes the difference between seeing the vehicle and not. There's a runway inspection going on. I am cautiously optimistic about that because it might mean that they are going to close center a bit earlier than 2 o'clock already. Usually when the main runway is being checked, it is done shortly before the secondary runway is going to close. So the fact that they're now checking the runway here on the Polderbaan might, I say it cautiously, might be an indication that they're going to close the other runway pretty soon. That's good because that makes the A380 arrival to Polderbaan certain. Jeff was asleep. Artemis 2 and some very nasty VLAN shenanigans are to blame. I was about to say, I also was watching the Artemis landing and went to bed at 2:15 this morning, and 5 hours late, less than 5 hours later, my alarm was already going. So that's no excuse, but the VLAN thing, that probably made it a short night. Anyway, Adi says that Lufthansa over Raalte is going to 18 right. That's good news because that means that the traffic now in the east of the country is already beginning to be assigned to the Polderbaan. So basically Adi is confirming what I already was hoping for, namely that the current closure of Polderbaan because a runway inspection takes place is going to mean that the secondary runway is going to close pretty soon. And with the estimated time of arrival of the Emirates A380 around 10 minutes past 2 o'clock, I am now going to say with 99.9% certainty that the Emirates A380 will be landing here on the Polderbaan, ladies and gentlemen. 2 days in a row, lucky us. That's not a given. Absolutely great news. By the way, yesterday I was talking about an Instagram video that me and Lisa were laughing our asses off about. I've checked and it does work in English as well. So if you go to Google Translate and if you're English speaking, if you go from English to French, you translate English to French and you type in "a seal pushed me" and then listen to what the French translation sounds like, you're in for a laugh. If you haven't done so already, worth checking out. "A seal pushed me." If you type that in English and you listen to the French translation, it's an 18 plus joke, but most of you will probably have understood that already. So we're looking at traffic to the central runway, albeit briefly, because pretty soon we are going to get the reopening of Polderbaan. In the meantime, K1 is over here after having done the runway inspection. And the co-pilot, the passenger, the guy in the passenger seat yawning, probably also looked at the Artemis landing. Paul says, better to say I was pushed by a seal. Hey Yillis, good afternoon mate. Goedemiddag. And we have crossed through 800 likes. I see Maria saying, thank you all so much, ladies and gentlemen. Will we be able to make it until 1,000? I'm not sure. I think I am going to wrap up after the arrival of the A380. So that means we still have a little under half an hour left. If it was the first hour of the stream, I'd say 200 in half an hour is feasible. But it's still a stretch, so Although we're getting close to an airplane dance, I don't think we're going to see one today. I see that everybody is testing that translation. So me and Lisa were seeing it on Instagram the other day. It was the Dutch to French translation, and we were like, nah, that can't be, can it? So we tried it, and it was exactly what you were also hearing in that video. So we were like, nah. So I was telling about it yesterday, but I wasn't sure if the translation was I was pushed by a seal pushed me, or if it was something else. So I tested it yesterday evening, and I was able to confirm that if you type in a seal pushed me, that you get the same translation. Yeah, well, tell your friends. And Jay just arrived from Assen and gave me a like. Anything for a dance? Well, there you go. Thank you so much, NJ. Gerrit is back. He is wondering if the A380 has already arrived. It's underway still and is expected in half an hour or so from now. Ken and Manuela, welcome to the show. I love this live stream. Has to be up there with the more entertaining plane spotter streams. Ken and or Manuela writes, well, welcome to AMS Live first and foremost, and thanks for the kind words. It's a unique atmosphere over here. I do my best to give you the most entertaining and also the best pictures that we can here at Schiphol Airport. We have a really nice international audience that I am very proud of. A lot of banter. A lot of people who don't take themselves and life too seriously, luckily. And yeah, you can crack a joke here without without being banned. In fact, it's highly encouraged. Nice of you guys to say hi. Hope everybody is still enjoying the show. Don't forget to leave a like. 1,000 likes while live will get you an airplane dance. Also, if you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. If you have any questions, feel free to ask when you're watching. And together they know a lot. And we'll happily try to answer any questions that you might have. So, is the EasyJet arrival from PXO going to be the first arrival to the Polderbaan again? Probably right. Is that a relocation flight? Porto Santo, where on earth is that? And why is it going to Amsterdam? 3 hours and 17 minutes on the way? Paul says the approach lights just turned on. Is that so? Were they off? Honestly, I never even noticed. From this angle, they're not that bright. The second stream I ever did, I think, or the third. No, it was the second stream. The second stream I ever did. And if you want to watch and see where we've come from, definitely have a look at that. I was standing right there. In fact, here, right next to the fence. And in between that yellow unit and the bridge over here. Airplanes were passing by overhead. Not the best location to be filming from. Also, my camera work was very shoddy. I also was still filming with autofocus instead of manual focus. It was in twilight and the lights were very, very bright. It was nice, but it's probably better. I could probably do better these days, and also it would probably be better to stand off axis just a little bit. Anyway, so EasyJet, the EasyJet A320 arriving from Porto Santo, which apparently is near Madeira, thank you Paul, is looking to become the first arrival again to the Polderbaan. And the E2 arriving from Krakow will probably be the last one landing on center for now. Benz has returned. Good to see you again, Benz. Welcome back. And you're just in time. The A380 is approaching and should be here within half an hour. And if all is well, it's going to land on the Polderbaan just like it did yesterday. North of Madeira. I didn't know, Peter. And Remy Patiruhu. That sounds Indonesian. Remy just became our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, Remy. Thank you so much for your vote of confidence. And welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. You're now a member. That means you have access to our 34 custom emojis. Have fun with them, mate. Enjoy. If you think one or more needs to be replaced, head over to the community section for members and cast your vote, which you are now eligible to do. We have a poll open for members where you guys can decide if you want to keep the current emoji or if you want one or more to be changed. Now I'm also going to reach out via email to Captain Jerry because I honestly think it's a good idea to have him choose a emoji and ask him if he wants a certain one to be replaced and tell me which one he wants to see go and which one he wants instead. Klaus is back, and Ari says that the A380 is confirmed for 18 right. That's good news. So here's the A320 arriving from PXO. Whenever KLM flies with a flight number that starts with a 9, it's usually a relocation flight. So I'm wondering if this is 2 or if this is a regular EasyJet flight. Because I'm not remembering ever having seen EasyJet A320s to Amsterdam arriving from Porto Santo. Might be that they have started a new line, but not too sure. Patiruhi is Molux, says Frank. Am I not allowed to call people from the Moluccs Indonesian, or is that a sensitive topic that I wasn't aware of? If so, apologies. Anyway, this is an A320 arriving from Porto Santo, which apparently is north of Madeira, 3 hours and 21 minutes underway. That seems a bit short. Madeira is not too far from the Canary Islands, is it? Canary Islands usually take 4.5 hours to get here. Not too sure. The airplane is 8 years old, first flight June 2017. And I see that everything once again is coming to the Polderbaan. That's good news. Lufty A319 arriving from Frankfurt. In the background, flight 992. SAS is turning in. Should be entering the field of view from the right. There you go. So that's 3 airplanes on the glide slope, and there's a 4th arrival from the west, but by the time that enters the field of view, this one will be passing us by. Alright, apologies Remy, let's keep it at Moluccs then, from now on. Either way, Remy, welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Hope you'll enjoy it in the lounge. Make sure to have fun with the custom emojis now at your disposal, mate. M. Easton asks, how do you know where the A380 is going to land? Well, it's very simple. The runway that was open just now, the center runway, has closed. And normally speaking, it should close at 2 o'clock. So it's closing early, and that means that the Polderbaan is going to stay open as only runway for arrivals now for probably an hour, if not a bit more. Normally speaking, it would be from 2 until 3:20, or at least that's what it always used to be, but I think sometimes they are changing the time slots a little. But it means that the center runway has closed, and that means that Polderbaan is going to stay open for the next probably hour at least for inbound traffic. It means that there are no other runways that the A380 is going to be landing on, since there are no other runways open for inbound traffic. Kaagbaan and Aalsmeerbaan are probably going to open up again for departures pretty soon. So it's just a matter of reasoning, actually. If you know when the time slots are for inbound and outbound rush hours, it's just a matter of logical reasoning. Lufty Flight 992. Seemingly battling Crosswind more than other airplanes were before it. Dan is wondering if there have been go-arounds already, and the answer is no, not yet. You never know. On days like today you think maybe we're going to get go-arounds, but you don't. And on other days you get a go-around like last week at the Polderbaan when there was little to no wind, but still an airplane went around. Allegedly for not being stable. Yeah, here's the glide slope. It's easier to find the glide slope when you see airplanes more clearly. Take some time getting used to this location again. And indeed, you can also have a look at the runway assignment when arriving airplanes enter Dutch airspace. The link Paul is sharing is allowing you to see where the runway, which runway they are going to land on. If you don't know yet what the runway change will be like, it's always a good idea to look at that website or look in CDM, because then you'll see what runways will be assigned to outbound traffic, and that too will tell you something about which runways are probably going to be used for arrivals. Sometimes in the morning when I want to go out and I don't know yet what they're going to do after 9:20 because Bezoek Bus isn't updating yet, I have a look at CDM. If I'm not sure what runways are going to be used for departures, CDM usually is right, and that will tell you something about what runways will probably be used for arrivals as well. You have to do a lot of logical reasoning. Hey, you're right, Super Zero. Michael, are you still here? CRJ 1000 is turning in. Not counting this SAS, third to arrive. Is there something touristy in progress here in the vicinity? Something with flowers, perhaps? Quite a lot of tour buses here. Time for KLM flight 1138 to arrive from Dublin, Ireland, a 737-800, and after that, Swiss with a Bombardier C-Series arriving from Zurich. Michael is here, perfect. This one you're not going to miss out on. Hey, salut Gaspard. Gaspard est retourné. Aspire's back. Hier moeten we zijn. This is where we need to be. EC. Right, Swiss up next. Not the Red Cross, but the White Cross. Swiss flight 728 arriving from Zurich. Bombardier C-Series 300. Swiss registered Hotel Bravo. And then Juliet Charlie Charlie. 8 years old, first flight August 2017. Flight time 1 hour and 8 minutes. CRJ 1000 arriving from Madrid after this. That's an airplane type that you don't see that often. I'm wondering how many CRJ 1000s are flying at the moment. Is it more rare than the 767-400, for instance? CRJ 1000 Iberia Regional, operated by Air Nostrum. Cosa Nostrum. Nah, that's Italian, and it's Cosa Nostra. Anyway, that's just me associating freely. Iberia Regional, coming in from Madrid, flight time 1 hour 58 minutes. This is a CRJ 1000. Echo Charlie Mike November Quebec, the registration. It's a 9-year-old airplane. First flight was in November 2016. Still, I'm curious, since we aren't seeing this airplane type that regularly, how many of them are flying versus 767-400s, for instance. Super Zero says that there is a CRJ 900 long range flying in front of the A380. Oh, nice. Well, this one's for you, Michael. That came in a bit rough, a bit fast, if you ask me. Or is that just me? Michael says, fun fact, our oldest son's best friend's father did the flight testing on the CRJ 1000s. Learjet Bombardier had their factory here in Wichita, Kansas. He was flight test engineer on the 1000. Nice, that's coincidental. Small world, eh? You've probably flown your share of CRJ 1000s as well, haven't you, Michael? Came a long way from the Mitsubishi Zero. Wasn't that the P0? Anyway, it's Norwegian and it is the UNICEF livery once again. We saw that before, what was it, the day before yesterday or something? And this is the SE RPG. What? Okay. Red, white, and blue. Still. Oh, a little smoke. Boss says I like CRJs, but they look so goofy from behind. I think that's what makes them so quirky and appealing. To me, they're like oversized biz jets. Alright, it's 2 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen, and there is a CRJ indeed preceding the A380, and preceding that CRJ is a Chinese triple. And the Emirates A380 is flying in the vicinity of Purmerend, and back at the Excrement Bridge I would know where approximately I need to point the camera to find it. I'm looking, I'm scanning. Not yet seeing anything. Let me look behind again and quickly scan for any Emirates. It's probably again one of those cases where if you know where you need to look, you can easily see it, but I'm struggling to find the A380 because I don't know exactly where I need to look. It's probably out there somewhere, flying base. Approaching the glide slope. Don't think that today's backdrop is helping that much. It's an almost all-white airplane, albeit big, but still mostly white. Looked at from the side. Crooked horizon. One of the tripod legs has dropped a little. There we go. Level again. Now the A380 is not too far away from the glide slope anymore, so maybe if we look at the glide slope we can backtrack. Embraer 190 and E2 Embraer. There should be a Chinese triple. That's right there. So the CRJ and the Emirates are even further back. So this is probably the level that we need to look at, if not lower. I wonder if we are able to see them from here. If they're not too low. Hey, yes! Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. I told you it would be pretty hard to find it since it's mostly white and the backdrop isn't helping that much, but there it is, the Emirates A380. Turning in now. Hey, Michael DC Hales back in the chat. Didn't see you there, buddy. Mate, muddy. Bait. right. Glide slope shot in the making. 777-300 no, 777 freighter. Followed by a CRJ, followed by an A380. 4 airplane glide slope shot. Jerry is gone. He is delivering children while drinking Jägermeister. Unfortunately for him, because he is missing out on this. Another beautiful glide slope shot. With no less than 4 airplanes on the glide slope. E2 Embraer arriving from Bilbao up front. Number 2, a Chinese triple arriving from Shanghai in China. SAS CRJ arriving from Stockholm. And then lastly the A380 arriving from Dubai. Which is still totally safe if you have to believe all the influencers that are still living there income tax free. They're actually obligated to write positively about the Emirates or risk being deported. Now I am going to wrap up after the A380 has arrived here, ladies and gentlemen, because there are mosaics in Lisse, and I also want to take Lisa to tour around the village, have a look at all the basically paintings made with the flowers of hyacinths. That's always one weekend in the year. Hopefully we'll have a bit of time before it starts raining. Plus I also have to make the highlights reel, of course. Which I happily do, but it does always cost a little time. Should be out again tomorrow. The weather is good enough to go out tomorrow. I think we're actually stand a chance of seeing the sun again tomorrow. That's CRJ lost in between the big jets. It's like a minor detail in the picture. You have that big mofo in the back. You have the big one over here. With Lisa to Lisse, indeed. Through Lisse. Through Lisse. Wake turbulence. Oh, there goes the blimp. It took a Chinese 777 to push over the blimp. The wake turbulence probably in combination with a gust. Wah, wah, wah. Let me straighten it up again and show you guys. Whoa! Best prepare for the A380's jet wash then. Ah, absolutely lovely. Yeah, I'm going to place it with one of its legs under my camping table. That's usually what I do when it's windy. Can fortify things much more than I have done so. The blimp took one for the team, indeed. Well, it landed softly here in the grass, so no worries. Besides, the blimp isn't even that expensive. It's actually a good bargain, given what it does for the audio quality on a day like today. If I had the Dead Cat with me, you guys wouldn't have heard me. It would be so rumbly. Anything above 9 knots of wind, you'll already start to hear. Not now. Anyway. SAS, penultimate airplane of the day, CRJ 900. Another one from Michael. Third CRJ of the show, SAS 557, arriving from Stockholm. 1 hour 45 minutes on the way. IGEF, EI Golf Echo Foxtrot. 17 years old, first flight somewhere in 2009. Right, quickly turning back. Last airplane of today's show, ladies and gentlemen, it's the Emirates A380. If you have been enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already. Emirates Flight 147, arriving from Dubai. Normally speaking, before geopolitics took over and the Middle East was comparatively calm, the flight time, the direct flight would take around 6.5 hours. Today it's flown 2 hours more than that, 8.5 hours on the way. It's AVE, which is a name in the Netherlands. AVE, usually for women. AVE is also used for men, but not that often. Echo Foxtrot, the Alpha 6, 13 years old, first flight November 2012. Oops. It's going to be the last airplane for me for today, but I will be back again tomorrow. I'm already going to go ahead and thank everybody for joining me here today. What a show it has been. 2 Queens and this, the Emirates A380. 3 CRJs. Oh, the blimp is struggling, but it's kept upright by the camping table. Come on, give it to us. Still reversing. And now spooling down. That was the last airplane of today's show. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me here today. I had a great day here today. I hope you guys enjoyed it as well. If you enjoyed what you have seen, don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already. It will help greatly with promoting the channel and bringing in more people in the future. The more the merrier. A massive big thanks to Captain Jerry and everybody else who gifted Davey, Mark H, everybody. It was incredible. Hope that everybody who received the gifted membership today will enjoy it in the upcoming month. Don't forget to say thank you to the gifter. And don't forget to use those custom emojis you guys now have at your disposal for a month. 34 of them. Head over to the community section for members to cast your vote if you want to let your voice be heard. You can decide on whether or not to keep the current emoji or go for change. A big thanks to everybody who also became a member themselves or renewed their membership. A big thanks to for all the super chats and super stickers that also were given today. Massive big thanks to everybody for joining me here. Big thanks once again to all the moderators who helped to keep the stream accessible and friendly. Without you guys, this channel is nothing, and I thank you all from the bottom of my heart for another wonderful day. Looking to go out again tomorrow. Don't know yet where I'll be going to, but I hope to catch you there. Stay safe, enjoy the rest of your day, be warm and healthy, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye for now, guys. Take care.